Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. It is, all right, look at that, sunlight captured through the windows. Okay, anyways, enough sunlight reflections. It is October 12th, 2021. We're officially calling the meeting to order. And it looks to be 5:07 p.m. So apologies for our late start. We're making sure everyone was screened and safe and in the room. And this is a regular meeting of the board. And our next item, once the meeting is officially called to order, let's put this up here. There we go. Always feels good doing that. Is our Board of Trustees ground rules. So we have those, of course. Hello, Trustee Torres. And next we'll meet to 1.03 public comments. And this is for our closed session agenda items, which at this point in time, I will read off our closed session agenda, just so everyone's on the same page. And that is, we have two items on our closed session agenda, and that is 2.01, Conference with Labor Negotiators, AFT SEIU, Government Code 54957.6. And 2.02, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation 1, Case 54956.9. So I'm going to took some notes in our planning for this. Where did I put those? About public comments here. I don't know where that is. Okay. Find that in a second. So we have the following verbal comments, and I believe, wrote it down. Let's see here, public closed session. So we have two verbal comments that may or may not be electronic, in other words, on Zoom. And then we have we have 10 written public comments, which we will summarize. The two verbal, we of course will hear. And then we also have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, I have one speaker, Tiffany Pollock. Did I pronounce your last name right, Tiffany? Okay, great. That I don't know if you'll need the 3 minutes for each, or hopefully you can do 3 minutes in both, but we'll take that as it comes. And then, so for the individuals here, we'll start with you all, and then we'll go to the 2 additional verbal comments. And I'm going to read the names to make sure I'm not missing anyone at this point in time. So we have Carrie Geisbauer. All right, thank you very much. Tiffany, who's already checked in. Jocelyn Walker. Jacqueline, I'm sorry. My mistake. And we have Kenya. And I'm not saying your last name because it's not here. So, which is fine. I just wanted to, just out of respect. And somewhere in my organization, and here, look at that, right there on the agenda. I have Mr. Ty Gardner, I believe, is going to speak. Okay, excellent. And then we have Tiffany. I already got you. Okay, great. Oh, we have one more breaking news. Thank you, Andrea Isbell. All right, great. So it'll be a busy pre-meeting. One more. All right. When it rains, it pours. All right. Thank you. And Lindsay Risky? Okay, cool. All right. So, Mr. Gardner, if it's okay, we can you can start us off. All right. Thank you for that. And then we'll go from there. Okay. I think so. As long as there's a green light on your microphone. Let's see here. I should stop talking and then I'd be able to tell you.
All right, you can hear me? Okay, Chancellor Gillespie and members of the board. AFT 1828 has been meeting regularly with district representatives to work on an MOU to address the impacts of the vaccine mandate. Because of goodwill and creative thinking on the part of both teams, I believe we are very close to an agreement. I ask you today to consider approving our latest proposal. It provides a clear framework and timeline for implementing the mandate. It protects the safety of students, faculty, staff, and our community. It ensures that student services are provided both online and in person, meeting the students on their terms. It facilitates the successful completion of the fall 2021 semester. It shows faculty that the board supports us as we plan for an increased on-campus classes and activities in spring 2022. I want to talk about that last thing for just a moment. Last week, I met with a student outside my regular office hours for about an hour in an outdoor space on the Ventura College campus. We talked about life, the pandemic, athletics, and school. It energized both of us. We talked about spring in a campus that is welcoming and engaging for students. I've had that conversation with my equity-minded colleagues as well. We are ready and excited for a safer, fully vaccinated campus in spring. We look forward to campus leadership helping find outdoor spaces for student engagement so students and faculty can feel safe and connected. We ask for your support and creative solutions to help us make our campuses the beacons of learning that we intend and that our students deserve. As we look towards spring negotiations, we must understand that inequities relative to surrounding districts make it difficult to provide our students with courses they desire, cause us to lose faculty to competing colleges, and hamper our ability to achieve the campus and district DEI goals. AFT 1828 looks forward to meaningful negotiations with the district, where we work together to develop creative solutions to these and other problems. If we work together, we can make the citizens of Ventura County proud of a more competitive, more diverse Ventura County Community College District. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next will be, because it's been pre-registered, Tiffany Pollock, and I believe you have two. I'm going to, thank you. I was just going to make a comment. Yeah, so your COVID-19 policy, we're going to postpone for public. Okay, so you do have one item on AFT negotiations. So please, it's all yours.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Pollock, and I'm a full-time professor of chemistry at Moore Park College. Thank you very much.
Could you move maybe just a little closer to the mic? Thank you.
How's this? Can you hear me? I really appreciate the opportunity to address the board tonight. I have been here previously, and I told you that I'm unvaccinated and I'm not planning to become vaccinated. And I want to urge the Board of Trustees to allow a testing alternative to vaccination. I have been teaching on campus during the pandemic since August of 2020. We have numerous safety protocols that keep everyone safe. And as stated in the COVID-19 response update for October, that you guys will talk about later tonight, VCCCD COVID-19 protocols and operations have been effective in preventing any known COVID-19 transmission at any of our locations. I wanted to provide you some numbers about the vaccine mandates at other community colleges in the state of California. 32% have no mandate at all. 51% of the California community colleges allow a testing alternative or have no mandate at all. 51% of colleges allow students to go to in-person classes without being vaccinated. On my campus, we have 145 faculty members that got a threatening letter from the district telling them they were not in compliance, that their religious and medical exemptions had to be filed by October 8th. But it's my understanding that they're reviewing the forms to make them more reasonable. So how are we able to submit those exemptions when we don't even have the correct forms? The forms do not include mental health reasons. They do not include disability. The religious exemption forms require a signature of a religious practitioner. Of all of the community colleges in California, only 2 require a signature of a medical practitioner. Religious practitioner. Our policies are strict. They allow students to be banned from campus, faculty put on unpaid leave. And all of this could be avoided if we had a testing alternative. Please consider that there are already testing sites on our campus. They will test 250 uninsured students a week because they make so much money for the ones that they are submitting to for reimbursement from their insurance and the vaccines that they provide and get reimbursed for. This is a practical solution to a very major problem, a testing alternative. I will test as many times as you want me to, but I want to go to campus. I want to teach my classes on ground and support my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. So that's gonna take us, okay, let me get organized here. That's gonna go there. Jocelyn Walker? Jack, oh, it's twice. I know a Jocelyn too. Okay, how about this? Miss Walker.
Jacqueline's good.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Josh.
All right.
I'm very happy to be here and I appreciate your time. I know the board spends many hours into the wee hours on this. So I just want to tell you that I'm very happy to be here. I'm just going to read something that I wrote for everyone. I'm Jacqueline Walker, and I teach at Ventura College. I teach writing. I'm here to speak on behalf of students and myself in the Ventura College system, in the VCCCD system. I speak in support of the non-instructional faculty for remote work options during the chaos of this pandemic. Options instructional faculty have been given and district workers have been given, calling on support of equity and inclusion. I speak in support of all non-vaccinated students, faculty, and staff like myself to voice concerns over workplace conditions across the district that are filled with inequity, harassment, coercion, and discrimination. I do not use these words and these ideas lightly. There are hundreds of faculty, staff, and employees who are unvaccinated, and many of those who have dared to try and figure out the exemption process. As a tenured faculty member, this has been a struggle for me. We have been ignored by administration, our emails to HR asking for help unresponded to. We have been called horrible names by colleagues like ignorant, like selfish for choosing not to be vaccinated. And we've been lectured on why we should become vaccinated and have an experimental drug shot into our bodies against our will. Getting the vaccine is a choice. I'm here today to speak to the Chancellor, the Board of Trustees, and administrators, from college presidents to the many VPs to the many deans, to ask that non-vaccinated students, faculty, and staff be treated with respect, and to point out how difficult the process of exemption is for those navigating it. The district website is in desperate need of revision to reflect equity, inclusion in response to COVID. To name a few, there's missing information, like a clear rubric on how our exemptions are being looked at, like exemption due dates and the process that we're supposed to follow. I drove from Oakview all the way over here to find locked doors when I needed to turn my religious exemption in. And when I got into the building, the person who was kind enough to help me, her name is Jessica at the front desk. She told me that the person who on the website is the person we're supposed to go to wasn't in office because she was working remotely. And when she looked online to find that person, she was unavailable on the day that they were due.
30 seconds.
But most glaring is the lack of fostering a culture of dignity and respect for diverse choices regarding the vaccine in response to the MOU forcing vaccines or exemptions. No student, no faculty, no employee should be forced to vaccinate or seek an exemption to stay in school or as a condition of employment. I love my union, I am my union, and yet I do not support the vaccine mandate. I'm asking the board to stop the MOU vaccine mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And just point of clarification, we will be discussing the locked doors tonight later in our meeting, and Chancellor Gillespie later will be happy to speak with you in regards to that. You can reach him later this week. Okay. So our next public comment card, which is also listed as AFT negotiations, Kenya. Hi,
Hello.
Kenya.
Hi. More than a month ago, we made public comments at a union meeting expressing our concerns about them not adequately representing us. They clarified that they knew what we were talking about, that they were aware of our concerns, and encouraged us to instead come to the board meeting last month so you could hear us directly. Thus, inspired by that, many of us came, prepared the comments to speak before you guys. You know that we lost half of our speakers because they pushed us to speak almost close to midnight. It was demoralizing. A month has passed and no real changes have taken place. We hope you hear us now, not just us, but also our students. Most of my EOPS students at VC are sharing with me that they are worried about less online options next semester and the vaccine as well. We are going to have early registration in about 2 weeks, and they're worried about their options because this has worked so well for most of my students, not all. As you know, low enrollment for our disadvantaged students has to do with the pandemic more than the modality of how we're teaching the classes. The students we were able to retain were and are thankful to have remote choices for their classes and counseling appointments. They have jobs, they babysit, they help out at home. And this remote delivery of classes and counseling affords them the ability to help out with all the responsibilities they have outside of just being a student. We are back again asking you do the same with us to better serve our students. As of last Friday, I had seen 33 students in person, 107 remotely. That is 77% of our students prefer remote services. Those 33 students, most of them were under the impression that that was their only choice because of some miscommunication. So I'm asking that you guys really consider allowing us to work from home so that we can better serve our students without having to be in places where we are being harassed. Today, I was walking outside to go to the restroom and 2 students made a comment. I was outside as to why people wouldn't wear their mask. I was walking outside. I don't have to wear the mask outdoors. So things like that are not welcome. And I think we would be much more productive if we were working from home and serving our students where they need us to serve them. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the comments. So those are the comment cards I have that directly connect to closed session. I have other comment cards that I'm just going to confirm. I have Tiffany Pollock that is COVID-19 policy that is in our open session agenda. I have Lindsay Risky, okay, which you would like to speak on a vaccine mandate, which isn't on our agenda, but we can put that with the other speakers in our open session. We have Carrie Geisbauer. Hi. We also, and that is a vaccine mandate, which is not on our closed session agenda. So we'll push that to open session with the other speakers. Unfortunately, we have some legal experts waiting for us, and we have 2 items on our closed session agenda. So we're going to place that in open session. And then we have Monica Lee, I believe. Monica, are you here? Monica, no forced vaccinations is your topic that you'd like. So we're going to push that to open session since it doesn't align to our closed session agenda. And Andrea Isbell. Andrea, are you here? She's here. Okay. She also is on COVID mandates, which is not on our closed session agenda. So with that, thank you for your patience, but we are going to go to, I see that. We're going to go to our closed session agenda. Or a closed session, which will be upstairs, and we are scheduled to return at 6 p.m. At that point in time, we'll send down some updates if we're going to be late, but we got a late start, but we're going to do the best we can. So thank you very much, and we'll see you soon. the last time we did this. Believe we're going to go right here. Is that correct? And I believe I'm going to swear in future trustee-elect Rodriguez. All right. You want to share the, I don't think actually we need mics. We could be okay. Just kind of. Should we do mics? Oh, that's right. We have it online. All right. All right. Yeah. Go ahead and bring your mic. Sure. All right. Okay. So thank you for raising your right hand. So you're going to repeat the following. I, Brian Rodriguez,
I, Brian Rodriguez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely and without any mental reservation,
and that I take this obligation freely without any purpose of
without any mental reservation
any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
All right. And at this time, normally I would shake Brian's hand, but since we're in COVID land, we'll do, how about there it is. All right. So, and on behalf of the board, welcome. And we're really excited and honored to work alongside you. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. Great. Excellent.
Chair,
And do you have, yes.
I was just going to give him a certificate.
Oh, and we do, the gifts keep coming or the recognition keeps coming, but we have a certificate. Vice Chair McKay.
I want to congratulate Brian for taking the time to successfully complete the student trustee workshop. It was before he was elected, so he did it on his own time. He participated well. Both Trustee Torres and I participated in the workshop as presenters. And so congratulations. Thank you for working on your professional development from the beginning. We appreciate it.
Okay, well, that's exciting. It is very exciting, yes. Okay, that's going to take us to 3.03, which is Pledge of the Flag. And Trustee Rodriguez, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Is my mic working? All right, okay. Please raise your right hand. Or place your right hand over your heart, sorry. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. And that's going to take us to 3.04, Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda.
Thank you. The items that are in the agenda have been reviewed by District Consultation Council and are presented for review and action without constituent objection.
Thank you for that. And that takes us to 3.05. And I do not believe we have any changes to the agenda, which is going to take us to 3.06, which is public comments. Okay, so we have quite a few public comments, which is very exciting. I'm going to look for a certain piece of paper that has my notes. So as of recently, for the ones that have been submitted that we are currently aware of, we have 63 written comments which will be summarized into categories and kind of given some context by our chancellor. We have 29 requests for verbal comments. And that is people that have asked to speak ahead of time. And then, of course, do we have any individuals from the community that have filled out speaker cards? You put one on my desk. Oh, I think it's right here. Okay. And that looks like it's Elena Daly. So the way that we're going to do this, we had some options, and I want to make sure I get some feedback from the board. One, in our policy regarding public comments, we do have a board policy with language that says we can limit public comments to a topic to 30 minutes. Another option that we have is typically we have 3 minutes of public comment. We can limit that, have all public commenters speak and limit it to 2 minutes each. So I'm here to seek input from my colleagues on the board. If there's one of those options that would. Yes, Vice Chair McKay.
I think that it'd be nice to hear from everyone. So if comments could be limited to 2 minutes, I think most people, especially if someone has said what you have, or you're just supporting what someone else has said, you can even keep it shorter than that. We want to hear you, but we'd like to hear from everyone. So I would recommend 2 minutes.
Okay. Any other comments on not hearing? None? You're okay with that? Okay. So it looks like we have a timer that is working, which is excellent. So that'll be changed to 2 minutes. Okay. So now we're going to get to the task of closed session written comments, open session verbal comments. All right. So that's the section where we want to be. Okay.
Is my mic on?
Yes.
So I do want to hear from everyone, but I also recognize as we're looking at equity that we might have some items from public comments that don't have as many speakers. And I would also hate to take away from those speakers that are perhaps speaking on something that's not related to one of the ones that we see most people coming to speak about, not have that full opportunity to be able to convey their message. So I would recommend if we are having perhaps many speakers on a particular topic, that they be allowed to be able to speak those 2 minutes. And if we have just a few that are speaking on a topic that's not the most that we're hearing tonight, that they'd be allowed those 3 minutes, just because I also want to be able to hear what they have to say to us.
No, I agree. I think it was the 22 or 29 on a topic that we wanted to 2 minutes. So I concur with Trustee Torres.
Okay. I also concur. Is your hand up to speak or? Okay. All right, great. So we will do that. And I just would ask for some, if the timer has the wrong time, we can always adjust that. So I'm going to also do something unconventional here and ask, just because I'm very sympathetic to that, and there could be homework and bedtimes. If there are any speakers that have young children in the audience, if it's okay with everybody, I'd like to start with those speakers. So if that is the case, please identify yourself if you are, if you brought children here and you are wishing to speak and you are on our list. Anyone that has children wishing to speak? Seeing no little hands or big hands. Okay, so I will just go down the list as it has come, but I also have, so we'll start with this one, and that is Elena Daly. Elena Daly. And Elena will be followed by, just so you could prepare, Tamara Coleman, Brandon Purdy, and Sandy Bryant. I should have clarified. We have a podium with a mic, and hopefully there's a green light on that mic. If not, we can flip the switch for you, and we'll get you all set up. Okay, so I'm hoping you are Elena Daly.
I am Ilana Daly.
Ilana Daly, thank you for that, and I apologize. The next 2 minutes are yours.
Okay, that's the time? Is there something I can look at to keep myself on time? Okay, great. I did not come prepared. I did not come prepared tonight with anything written. I'm a parent. My child attends Ventura College. He is 14 years old. He has 2 classes that he's taking. One is calculus and one is American Sign Language. He also has a heart condition. The reason I'm here tonight is, I sat in the car and I prayed long for the words. I'm concerned that there is a mandatory vaccine that you guys are enforcing as of Friday. And my son is a brilliant child, and thank God he is not twice exceptional. He's just smart. And I want him to continue to go to Ventura College because he's having such a phenomenal experience at the school. But my fear is if I don't get my religious exemption in on time, that's going to change. And even if I do get it in on time, I've been told that there is a point system that you guys have established to establish what is the extent of a religious exemption, which that's unconstitutional. So I'm here, not because I'm against vaccines, but because I'm against mandates and I'm against forcing children to have a vaccine that is not fully tested. And I'm against polluting the body. My son's immune system is very, very strong. He's got a phenomenal God, unlike any other, that protects him. And I cannot emphasize enough that he's been so fortunate and so gifted to be able to come to.
Thank you for your public comments. Our next speaker. Okay, so audience, I know we're excited and applause might be helpful for the speakers. What it does is take away time from additional public speakers to speak. So I'd hate to waste time. Please keep your applause to yourselves. If you feel obligated, you can kind of wave your hands if you'd like. That makes you feel like you're giving recognition to the speakers. So next will be Tamara Coleman. Tamara Coleman, I apologize. All right, Tamara.
Can you tell me if I have 2 minutes or 3 minutes? I have 3 minutes. All right. The time starts? Does it start? It's 2 minutes. Oh, just start. Okay. Sorry. Good evening, Board of Trustees and members of the community. I'm Tamara Coleman, English faculty at Moore Park College and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Coordinator at Moore Park College. This evening, however, I am representing the Ventura County College's Anti-Racism Alliance, or VCCCCD, as the chair and the founder. Our work in VCCCCD is to eradicate structural racism in the institutions of higher education in Ventura County. And this requires us to examine all aspects of the institutions and remove barriers and policies that uphold white supremacy. So it concerns us that on the agenda tonight is the consent item 14.04 to reaffirm Administrative Policy 7120, the recruitment of full-time faculty. VCCCCD objects to this for the following reasons. One, the board should not be reaffirming anything. The AP was first adopted in 2009 and reviewed in 2016 without the inclusion of the spirit of the board policy 7100, which states a commitment to diversity. An example of that spirit in that board policy, the district is committed to employing a diverse and qualified group of administrators and faculty. The VCCCD seeks candidates who are best prepared to meet the needs, interests, and goals of the diverse students it serves. All candidates must demonstrate knowledge and experience and ability to integrate diversity into their duties. That ethos was not included in the original AP, which was adopted 2 years after the board policy. It was weak back in 2009 and should not have been adopted then, and it is weak today, even with minor modifications. It seems to me that the vision and policy of the Board of Trustees should translate to administrative policy. The administrative policy should provide direction on how to live out that vision. We should be moving forward, not backwards. Please do not affirm this. The second reason is that the AP lacks any language specific to DEI. There has been some minor changes in the language, particularly related to the EEF's role, but it does not make it clear that DEI is a priority in our institutions. And there are several areas in the policy where the DEI language can be included. And my third and final reason is that the AP has not been fully vetted by relevant parties to ensure the policy meets principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Of course, the DCHR and cabinet have chimed in, but those voices are always at the table. You have two bodies, our EEO committee and also the newly formed DEI work group that could be considered, and their voices should be heard in drafting this policy. To vote to approve and to reaffirm this policy tonight would be putting the cart before the horse before the EEO plan has been fully developed and the recommendations and guidelines have been given to the committee for this particular policy. To quote Booker T. Washington, put down your buckets where they are. You have voices, you have resources that you can consult on these issues, and they have not yet been consulted. So on behalf of the 90+ members of VCARA, I urge you not to offer your consent to reaffirm bad policy. The policy is not ready. Bad policy equals bad practice. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments. Next will be Brandon Purdy, followed by Sandy Bryant, and then Stephen Euchre and Nicole Block.
My name is Brendan Purdy, and I'm a professor of mathematics at Moorpark College. While I'm here in support of faculty, staff, and students who are likewise opposed to the COVID vaccine mandate, I am primarily speaking on behalf of my conscience. Since I'm faced with the Hobson's choice of complying with the mandate or being fired, I must comply with this immoral mandate. The mandate is immoral since it takes away our autonomy to make the best medical choice for ourselves and our right to keep that decision private. In addition to being immoral, this is a fallacy inherent in this mandate. Rather than trying to strike a balance between risk and individual freedom, this mandate is attempting the impossible of eradicating the risk of getting COVID at the expense of medical and religious freedoms. Both the union and the administration have said that the board has the legal authority to enact this mandate. But since this is happening by coercion, it clearly lacks moral authority. If this mandate is an uncontroversial social good, then it would not have to be enforced via draconian measures. In other words, the board is admitting that what is to be mandated cannot be argued for, but rather must be enacted through compulsion. So while I must bend the knee in compliance, my conscience remains unbound.
All right, thank you for your comments. Again, please hold back the applause. Otherwise, we'll move all of the vaccine comments to the end and limit that to 22 more minutes. Okay, so please. Next will be, I believe, Sandy Bryant.
Chancellor Gillespie, members of the Board of Trustees, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I am Sandy Bryant. I have a doctorate in immunology, and I am a professor of microbiology and physiology at Moorpark College, where I've been teaching for approximately 16 years. I would like to address my profound concern about the recent inclusion of the COVID testing option offered to students in lieu of the October 15 vaccination mandate. I do not believe this is an acceptable offer to offer students during the present health crisis. Let me say firmly that I understand the dilemma faced by students who do not want their education interrupted. But today we're faced with COVID-19. Current epidemiological data tells us that the degree to which the Delta variant of this virus spreads is very high. The R0 value is estimated between 5 and 9. This means that in a physiology laboratory with 24 people, 1 sick student would infect from 5 to 9 students, or from 21 to 38% of the class. These numbers also mean that in order to obtain herd immunity with the Delta variant, there should be somewhere between 80 and 90% vaccination of the population. In the absence of herd immunity, the virus will continue to be present in high enough numbers that further, more deadly mutations will occur. I would hate for us to all be facing the same decisions in January that we're going to decide on now. I believe that the testing option, while it may reduce the number of infected students that come on campus, in no way substitutes for vaccination. The bottom line is that students who are sick miss classes. Faculty who are sick may not be able to teach classes. The result of that is the educational interruption that you're trying to avoid.
Time. Thank you for your comments. Okay, next is Stephen Ucker. Hope I pronounced that correct. Stephen, are you here? Okay, Stephen's not here. Nicole Block, followed by Renee Butler, by Ronnie Broyles.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. We have heard a lot from those who oppose the vaccine mandate, but I am here today as part of the silent majority to thank you for the vaccine mandate. As of yesterday, 80% of Ventura County residents 12 and over have received their first dose. I would like to ask you to continue the mandate without an option to opt out with testing. We know that the vaccine helps prevent the spread of COVID in real time, while testing just identifies the spread after the fact. Sorry, my heart is pounding. I'm nervous. We want to get back to normal, and vaccines are the best way to do that. I teach film, television, and media arts at Moore Park College. It is necessary for us to teach filmmaking in person to ensure the student learning outcomes in our career education labs. The vaccine helps keep our students and staff safe. In February 1777, President George Washington mandated that all troops be inoculated against smallpox. Washington's plan worked, and many historians credit this mandate requiring mass inoculation for helping to win the Revolutionary War. Vaccine mandates are moral and patriotic. We also have to acknowledge that we are in the middle of a misinformation epidemic. Harvard researchers are calling it an infodemic. As you may know, a whistleblower just revealed evidence to the United States Senate that shows Facebook knows that it has a bigger vaccination misinformation problem than it let on. Social media companies benefit from these emotional and angry posts, whether true or not, because they are more likely to be shared and commented on. Fake news travels 6 times faster than facts on social media. This infodemic has real-world results. People believe the fake angry memes and posts and comments, and they are scared and angry in turn. Thank you for sending the message to our community that our educational institution recognizes that science is real. The silent majority thanks you.
Hey, thank you, Nicole. Next is Renee Butler, followed by, no, that was Renee, correct? No, Renee. Okay, sorry, I got off the track there. I should mark that off. Imagine that. Okay, so Renee, followed by Ronnie, and then Katrina Topolinski, and that would be Ronnie Broyles. Okay, Renee.
Hi, I'm Renee Butler. I teach math at Moore Park College, going on 8 years, and in the district going on 20 years. I love to teach math to my students, and some of them are here tonight, and I hope to continue to do so for many more years. I'm here today to support a COVID-19 testing option, no questions asked, just like LA Community College District does. They offer that to their students, faculty, and staff. The science is that the vaccine protects the person from the adverse effects of COVID, and the vaccine does not keep you from getting COVID. Those who are vaccinated can still get COVID and can still die from COVID. What can? The testing. I would like you to think about when you were in school, college. Many of us went to class when we knew we were sick. We didn't want to miss the test. We didn't want to fall behind, but we knew we were getting people around us sick. Well, there was no testing, no temperature checks, no COVID back then. Now, I believe the best way to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and the flu and the colds and other things like that is to have COVID-19 tests and temperature checks. I'm Renee. I teach math and I support a COVID-19 testing option for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Is Ronnie Boyles here?
Yes.
Okay, online. All right. And thank you for our staff behind the scenes, making sure our online public commenters are here and ready to go. So Ronnie, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Ronnie Broyles. I'm a student online right now at Ventura and Oxnard College, and I am here to speak against the vaccine mandate. What you are doing is tantamount to segregation. You want to discriminate against people who have serious questions and concerns about that vaccine. I am not anti-vaccine. I am against forced vaccination, and I am against forced segregation. You are telling us that because we have serious concerns, you're going to discriminate against us and force us to go online because we are not worthy to be among you. What we have are serious concerns and serious questions, and they're not being answered. They're not being addressed. They're being shoved under the carpet, and we object to this. I object to this. I thought in 2021, we had moved beyond segregation, but apparently that's not true because you are doing exactly what George Wallace did in 1963 when he stood in a schoolhouse door and tried to prevent 2 students from registering at what was then an all-white school. I rest my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next will be Hannah Williams.
Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Hannah Williams, and I am currently in my 3rd semester of the nursing program at Moorpark College. I have been attending this college since the spring of 2018, and I've worked diligently with the intent of pursuing nursing as my career of choice. All of that hard work finally paid off in the spring of 2020 when I was accepted into Moorpark's nursing program, a nursing program by which an applicant has a less than 1% chance of getting into, but by the grace of God, he made a way for me. Words cannot express the pure joy and excitement that bestowed upon me when I received that call, the tears of happiness that streamed across my face as I announced to my family and friends that I was accepted. I was so eager and ready to embark on what I knew was going to be the most challenging yet rewarding journey of my life. Now here I stand before you feeling angry and frustrated. You see, within this past semester, I have been faced with the reality that I may not be able to complete my last semester of the nursing program this upcoming spring. The possibility of me being able to fulfill my ultimate dream of becoming a nurse has been threatened, all because I do not want to put something into my body that I do not agree with. I believe in bodily autonomy. I have the human right to be able to make decisions for myself when it comes to my health without any control or force by others. That is one of the main principles I was taught at the very beginning of my nursing program. As nurses, we must allow patients the right to refuse as they so please. No one should have to give up their education, let alone their careers, due to the fact that they do not want to take a vaccine that has not been approved. I would like to remind you of Ventura County Community College District's vision and mission statements that constantly talk about keeping in mind that the students come first. You are not putting all students first, only the ones who are vaccinated. This mandate is completely unconstitutional, and this is tyranny at its finest. You are trying to ruin people's livelihoods and futures. It seems as though you've forgotten the fact that we live in the United States of America, a country that was founded upon freedom, and I will continue to stand my ground and fight for the freedoms that you are trying to take away from us as Americans. Ultimately, my freedom comes from God and not from the government.
Thank you very much for your public comments. Again, let's see, that was Rachel. So now we have Andrea Isbell. Pardon? We skipped Katrina. Okay, Katrina Topolinsky. Thank you. Sorry about that, Katrina.
That's okay. Hi, my name is Katrina Topolinsky, and I'm a full-time math professor at Moorpark College. We are a school district that constantly promotes diversification and equity, yet your mandate does the opposite. According to the CDC, as of October 9th, 67% of Blacks and 61% of Latinos have not been fully vaccinated. Whether they are vaccine hesitant, vaccine impeded, vaccine indifferent, or vaccine ambivalent, the mandate you have approved with disproportionately affects these minorities in our community. To accommodate these people who feel this way and allow them to attend classes on campus, we need to offer a testing option because their situations do not qualify for your religious or medical exemptions under your strict definitions. There are many calculus and algebra courses with 0 online sections for unvaccinated and unverified students to take in the spring semester. This means that we are no longer allowing students to pursue STEM degrees. Teaching at Moore Park College was a dream of mine ever since I was a student at the school. In the 8 years that I have been teaching here, my classes have always been filled to capacity each semester. I have a reputation with the students of being a fair professor who is always willing to help any student who comes to me, even those that aren't enrolled in my class that semester. I help them through their struggles, and now I'm asking you to help me through mine. I have 30 more years of contributing to Moore Park College, and I'm willing to cooperate with alternatives such as regular testing. I do not want to choose between my health freedom and my career. Our district follows Cal OSHA guidelines to a T to ensure that our campuses stay safe. So why are you being more strict than Cal OSHA with the vaccine mandate? Cal OSHA offers a testing option for their employees who are unvaccinated or who do not wish to disclose their vaccination status. I am asking the Board of Trustees to work with me, students, staff, and visitors by offering a permanent testing option. Do you not agree that this solution is a compromise that preserves the health and safety of our campuses while maintaining enrollment that won't result in people losing their jobs?
Tom, thank you for your comments. So I believe we are now at Andrea Isbell, is that correct? Rachel, okay. Rachel, are you here? All right, followed by Andrea and Gabriela Rodriguez and Paula Munoz.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Messenger, and I'm a full-time faculty member in anthropology and vice chair of the Life Sciences Department at Moore Park College. Can you hear me all right? I am speaking to voice my disappointment about the modifications to BP 3506, COVID-19 vaccine requirement. I am speaking in favor of a vaccine mandate without a testing exception. Being for the vaccine and against the vaccine are not ideologically equal positions. Yes, you have the right to do what you want with your body, but you don't have the right to infect another person. In the same way, you don't have the right to drive drunk and injure or kill another person. You aren't allowed to smoke in a restaurant or in workplaces anymore. Testing does not prevent COVID, only vaccinations prevent COVID. Furthermore, there will always be false negative tests, and these have the potential to cause widespread severe infection. It is not as protective as having a community that is fully vaccinated. I understand that concerns about enrollment are driving this decision, and I wish that we did not put enrollment decisions ahead of public health. But whether we are or we aren't, the COVID crisis will not end without higher vaccination rates. It will drag on for years and years, and that will definitely hurt enrollment. I sincerely hope this does not open the door to a further delay of the mandate come January. We are educators. If we are not going to stand up for facts and science, who is going to do that? There is no one else. It is literally my job to teach the scientific method, and I would like our district to follow it. I will close by saying to any deans or department chairs listening that need to fill hiring committees for faculty members that refuse to be vaccinated, I will gladly serve on a hiring committee for you. Please look me up in the college directory. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I believe we are now at Andrea Isbell, followed by Gabriela Rodriguez and Paula Munoz.
Hello, thank you, Board of Trustees, for having me. My name is Andrea Isbell, and I'm a Moore Park College nursing student in my 3rd semester, something that I am very proud to say. I am a mom of 2 children, Lincoln and Kate, who I've moved up to Reno, Nevada, so that they can have a life freer than what is offered in California. But today, I'm not going to share the science behind this because I feel like our ears are deaf to it at this point, and we don't hear about a vaccine that was created for the Alpha variant and now is being used for a Delta variant. So today I'd like to share a story with you from my youth. This is not a story I share with many people because for a long time I thought what happened was my fault. As a young girl around the age of 6, I often stayed at my grandmother's while my mother was at work in order to take care of my sisters. One afternoon, my male cousin, around age 17, convinced me to sexually take care of him for money. It was merely the change out of his pocket. During this process, I remember a truck pulling up and my cousin quickly zipping up his pants and jumping off the bed. The incident never happened again, or at least I do not recollect it. Fortunately, the tyranny of his power was over and ended swiftly. Does this sound familiar to you? Well, allow me to explain. There is something, the COVID shot, that you are trying to force into my body right now. Something that I do not feel comfortable with, something that I do not consent to, and yet you dangle $100 bookstore reward in front of me. And therefore, I said, no, thank you. And what happened when I said, no, thank you? You decided that I didn't know best for my body. So now you decide to raise the bar. And now you decide to send me threatening emails that I have, and also received several phone calls letting me know, the most recent.
Time. Thank you for your comments. Next is Gabriela Rodriguez.
Hello, thank you, Board of Trustees, President Chancellor, and colleagues here for allowing me the time to speak. My name is Gabriela Rodriguez, and in my daytime job, I'm the grant director for Proyecto Éxito at Oxnard College. But I'm here as long-term resident, born and raised in Oxnard, went to Oxnard High, then UCSB. And I only bring up Oxnard High because when I was a student at Oxnard High, after school, I was able to take history of rock and roll and take some college course units. And I thought that that was the most empowering, amazing opportunity that was given to me. And I'm really, really excited about the 1.5 million possible investment that this Board of Trustees can vote on, not today, but in the future, to offer those opportunities for students in El Rio or other remote satellite location for our students in our community here in Oxnard. Well, in Oxnard. I know we're in Camarillo right now. So I just wanted to share, if other classes were available to me as a student, I would have definitely taken those opportunities. And I would have definitely considered community college instead of hanging on like a cat at a 4-year institution on my very first year. I was one who was on academic probation. I know that if I would have gone to community college, my journey would have been very, very different. Don't get me wrong. I'm really, really excited about being an educator and my path where it's taken me. I read the other public comments about this topic, so I don't want to waste your time with regurgitating information, but I do want to thank you for that opportunity and for strongly considering 100 new sections for El Rio community. And I'm just going to share another story of a student. Last summer, I was part of the check-in tables at Oxnard College as students were coming into campus. We were taking temperatures at the time, giving the wristbands to making sure that we try to keep everybody as safe as possible. And I had a student who had ridden her bike from Nyland Acres all the way to Oxnard College. If you're familiar with that area, it's not a fun bike ride. She thought her appointment with a specific office on our campus was in person. So if this student is willing to ride her bike all the way to Oxnard College to try to see a counselor, to get a class, to stay on top of the game, then it's really important that we do whatever we can in order to bring the classes to her or him, any other student. So if we have the opportunity, please support the proposal in front of you. Please support our community, and let's not wait for our students to keep coming to us. We need to bring the community college to them, to the community. So please consider that. I know that you probably won't vote on it today anytime soon, but I do hope that we can celebrate 100 new sections with your investment. It's possible. I also want to echo the comments from our VCARA president. I'm also part of VCARA, and I also want to say that any new policy that we approve needs to have that equity lens, and we need your support to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Paul Munoz.
Hi. Good evening, Chancellor and Board of Trustees. I wish to speak on the action to reaffirm the hiring AP 7120 recruitment and hiring of full-time faculty. I sit on the EEOAC committee, the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, and I also sit on the Ventura College Academic Senate. I am, however, not speaking on behalf of these two groups. I, as other colleagues, are a little bit confused as to why there is a need for board reaffirmation of tonight of the AP 7120D. In EEOAC committee, we worked really well as a team of classified faculty and administrators last year. We worked on the EEO plan. It was a total redo. What were monthly EEO meetings turned into extra hours of additional meetings that were even off the clock on weekends. To write, what we did was we wrote what we thought was to be a good EEO plan. Our EEO committee was thoughtful and intentional in including language in the EEO plan that sought and reflected equity, diversity, and inclusion. We understand that now the plan is undergoing some legalese scrutiny and hopefully minor editing. We believe it will be coming your way for board approval in November. We understood that once the EEO plan was approved, it would serve as a base of equal employment opportunity. And then there would be additional needed revisions that would be made to the AP through the usual participatory governance channels. The AP before you has some revisions, but does not truly include equity, diversity, and inclusion language. We still have a very long way to go. This AP is extremely important to us, and we have to get it right. It's an opportunity for us to properly serve and teach our students of color with faculty that not only look like them, but come from similar backgrounds. We can move that needle forward for all of our students. It will be an opportunity to influence and link arms with our white faculty that deserve to learn. So I am not clear on why then this AP that does not include equity, diversity, and inclusion language has to be reaffirmed today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next three speakers will be Tiffany Pollock, followed by Trulie Thompson and Dr. Ray Tejada.
Hello, I'm Tiffany Pollock. I'm professor of chemistry from Moore Park College. Back, got more to tell you. This time I wanted to address what's happening to students on our campus. We will hear from the associated students at Moore Park College, some survey results, but I wanted to highlight one for you right now. 34% of our students are unvaccinated and not going to be vaccinated. So you have a wonderful option for these students. They can take online classes. Unfortunately, 32% of our students say that they are banned from their on-ground classes. These on-ground classes include beginning algebra, calculus 2, differential equations, linear algebra, physics, organic chemistry, biology, physiology, anatomy, microbiology. All sections of these classes are on ground in spring of 2022. At a recent town hall at Moore Park College, our students indicated that they are stressed, scared, depressed, isolated. They feel marginalized and forced online. You will see this in the written comments, concerns about mental health, and a faculty member who shares that a student in her class just attempted suicide. At the town hall meeting, a student named Emma said she is scared to death to take the shot, and she is willing to wear a hazmat suit just to be on campus. These students have been through enough. I implore you to direct the chancellor to continue the testing option permanently. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I believe, is Trulie Thompson. And it looks like Trulie Thompson is going to visit us from the cyber world. All right, Trulie.
Yes.
All yours.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Gillespie, and members of the community. My name is Trulie Thompson. I am counseling faculty at Moore Park College. This is the third month that I am appealing to the board to take action regarding flexibility for remote work for non-instructional faculty. I asked myself, what is it that I can say, or what can I do differently to convince you or to persuade you to take action on this? And I said, you know what, let me just talk about what joins us, what unites us, what's most important to us. And that's our students and their success. So I'm going to tell you about some students I met today. I'm going to tell you about Ben. He is an undocumented student. And he shared his story with me. He doesn't know what to do. He's here. He wants to be an engineer, and his passion and his experiences were an inspiration to me. And I am dedicated and committed to helping him. We looked at AB 540. We got in contact with financial aid. We signed him up for some late start classes, got him set up for a payment plan. So I'm really excited about what we're going to be able to accomplish together. I also want to share with you Andrea, who is a newly graduated student, comes to us with 35 plus AP test credits. And it was a hard conversation to have with her to let her know that some of that work can't be applied to the major and the schools that she's interested in. And but we talked about her education plan and talked about broadening her options. She's going to participate in honors. She's really excited about that. Trustees, I want you to know we're on the front lines. We care about our students because they deserve the best. Remote work and flexibility isn't about convenience. It's about increasing access. It's about innovation. Our students deserve the best. So make the best decision for them, please. I thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Dr. Ray Tejada, and drum roll, we're on page 2. We'll be followed by Rick Castanero and Tony Magana and Maria Llorenda. And Dr. Ray Tejada, we see you on the screen. You might need to unmute yourself, but hopefully you're there and ready to go.
Beautiful. Okay, here we go. Good evening, everybody. Mr. Chair, Board of Trustees. I wanted to come on today to speak on behalf of the opportunity that the board is giving to our community colleges and some of the funds that were received because of COVID. I wanted just to continue to support the proposal that Oxnard College has put forth. I want to make it an important issue to support that faculty and that staff out there who work so effectively to do the very best they can with what they have. And due to the increasing student enrollment during the COVID-19, enrollment has been impacted because of that. And Oxnard was kind of climbing a little bit, and really like to see the addition of classes, actually an opportunity to be a more effective, comprehensive education program at Oxnard College. And hopefully that you take this into consideration and you examine the proposal that's being put forth. And I really want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ray Tejada. Next is Rick Castanero.
Good evening, Board, Chancellor Gillespie, and staff. I would like to thank you for considering the Oxnard College proposal that has been put forth by President Sanchez. During COVID, Oxnard was devastated. It was the 4th most impacted area in our country per capita. So thank you for the vaccine mandate. But now we need to get students back in the classroom. The whole district has suffered a loss of students, and we must suffer no more. This proposal is an opportunity to grow Oxnard College, to grow enrollment, and at this time we need it. So thank you for putting this forward. Thank you, Board, for considering it. I want to wish you a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Castanero. Okay, next is Tony Magana, followed by Maria Llorenda, and Audrey Chen, followed by Aaron Lawley, Coach Lawley.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Tony Magana, and I'm a student at Ventura College. And I made a public comment last month regarding the vaccination mandates. And so I was talking about how students were going to be dropped from their classes on October 15th and how that was wrong. So since then, that problem has been fixed because now students are allowed to continue going to in-person classes until the end of the semester. And this is a good thing But the problem of not allowing students to get the education they want still exists because they won't be allowed on campus for the spring semester. So my question is, since we found an alternative to the vaccine in testing students for COVID, why can't this solution be used for next semester too? ASMC conducted a survey on this, and I don't want to speak for them, but the results might surprise you. For those of you who don't know, I currently serve as the president of ASVC, and one of my jobs as president is to be a voice for the students who don't have one. Last week, I had a student contact me about the vaccine mandate. She said she was opposed to the mandate because she did not feel safe taking the vaccine. Students shouldn't be forced to doing something they aren't comfortable with. Everyone is responsible for their health, and the unvaccinated students made the choice to not get the vaccine. They should not be denied an education because of this. They want to go to school and they want to be in the classroom. Having the mandate in place has implications on things other than the student's education. What's going to happen to the student athletes next semester? And what's going to happen to the students who have leadership positions on campus? These are important questions that we need answers for. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let's see. Next, I believe, is Maria Yorenda.
Hello. Good morning. Not good morning. Good evening. I guess I wanted to be good morning. Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor Gillespie. I am Maria Urenda, SEIU Chief Steward, and I will be speaking on item 1502, COVID Response Update 2021-22. We reviewed the presentation and had multiple conversations regarding many of the bullet points. For SEIU throughout this pandemic, our focus has been on safety measures, protocols, and protection of our jobs as we have managed to pivot and adapt. We keep hearing that we have learned so much during COVID, that we have gained insight into this new world and workplace. We would like to remind the board that the issue of remote or hybrid work has existed before COVID and before this pandemic forced us into our homes. Many of us, including decision makers, had experienced it in some manner. And in fact, VCCCD has a long-standing telework policy that some of our employees have been able to use for many years prior to this current global crisis. We are grateful for the talented classified IT personnel that had us almost immediately remote within a week of the stay-at-home order. The dedicated classified instructional techs that worked endless hours teaching the faculty to navigate online systems so that they may be able to continue doing their marvelous work and teach our students. There was no pushback then, no pause, no question about most of us working remotely. We just did as we were assigned. The district and its employees continued offering services, assisting students with registration, financial aid, lending library, counseling services, and instruction continued. Now here we are, still in the middle of the pandemic, and we have shifted again. And most are back in offices and buildings doing work that can efficiently, they can do remotely. Most of our work is already remote. Most of it is scanned, moved electronically. We have software that allows for not in-person conversations in real time to occur to do our jobs and duties. We need to disentangle the idea that remote or hybrid work belongs to the pandemic. It simply does not. We were doing it before, albeit in a smaller scale, but it was still being done. COVID only propelled us forward on a quicker timeline than we would have arrived at. We are thankful that the Chancellor has listened to the union regarding the benefits of continued remote work, not just for the employee and the department, but for the student and the quick services that they provide under such flexibility. SEIU has been patient with the start of the remote work committee, and though we are eager to begin those discussions, we urge the board to consider and support the Chancellor to allow temporary remote hybrid work for these positions that could support it. The allowance would also serve to bridge us over past this semester as we work towards operation the vaccine mandate. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Audrey Chen, followed by Aaron Lawley and Ali Sadat and Lindsay Risky.
Chancellor Gillespie, members of the Board of Trustees, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Audrey Chen, and I am Professor of Biology and Chair of Life Sciences at Moore Park College. I am speaking to voice my disappointment and concern about modifications made last week to the Board Policy 3506, I am speaking in favor of a vaccine mandate without a twice weekly test option. COVID-19 testing does not offer protection from contracting COVID-19. It does not eliminate the need for unvaccinated employees and students to quarantine if exposed, and it would require notification to anyone that the person came into contact with during 2 days prior to their positive test. As a faculty member who has been teaching on campus since fall 2020, I can tell you that this is very disruptive and stressful for the faculty and student alike. Furthermore, in my experience, the test results have not come back in a timely manner, so students are out for over a week just waiting for their results. Lastly, what if the unvaccinated faculty member themselves have to quarantine? I can tell you firsthand what happens. The class will likely be canceled for the duration of quarantine. Vaccination is the primary way our campuses can be open safely, and it would be a path for all of us returning to some kind of normality. A healthy society that is free also knows that it has a responsibility to its other members. My feelings aside, it would be irresponsible of me to potentially put the people I am supposed to help in danger. I know what freedom is and I know my rights, but I also know my responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next is Aaron Lawley.
Good evening. I wanted to make sure that I do have my 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. My name is Erin Lawley, and I'm a fifth-year health and kinesiology professor and head softball coach at Oxnard College. This is my 13th year overall in public education, and I'm teaching all 4 of my health classes in person. First, I strongly support the proposal for investment of district reserve funds for additional OC sections. This is what's best for our students in our community, and our sister colleges need to put their egos aside and get on board too. Lastly, I want to address the dangerous communication by the district as well as the disrespect to its employees and students. It continues to shock me how the district keeps making decisions on our behalf, but without our input, not even from admin. I'd like to think that you know you're doing what you think is best for our students, but what about your dedicated employees? Shouldn't we also matter? I remember exactly 19 months ago from today when I found out from a few of my softball players that the district would be going remote until at least spring break. Yep, from my players during a rain delay, coincidentally at Moore Park. Not from an urgent email from the district to its employees to give the heads up about when students would know, out of respect and professionalism, but from student athletes who were looking at me with tears in their eyes, trying to understand why I didn't tell them this was happening. And then again, last week, I get texts from 2 student athletes feeling that they have been lied to about needing the vaccination because of your extension of the deadline. They thought they needed it, and now they don't until at least January, but they already got it because they thought they needed it, and now they don't yet. And so again, I'm the bad guy because I didn't have this information ahead of time to communicate with them. Who's to say that you won't change your mind again? How are any of us supposed to be able to trust you? What about the hundreds of student athletes in our district who only play a fall sport, got their vaccine in order to participate, and now don't need what to compute? Did you think of that? Or perhaps the repercussions possibly headed your way by them and their families? The lack of respect to your hardworking employees shows you don't value them. The failed attempt at proper communication by shellacking posters and social media posts everywhere that say October 15th is the vaccination deadline, despite it really meaning October 1st, and not specifying that until the day before students needed to get their first Moderna shot, are proof. Not to mention you announcing the vaccination mandate 6 days before school started after multiple districts in the state had decided months ago, including the Cal State and University of California systems. You decided and announced the mandate late, then to cover your ass, because you failed with that timing, as well as with proper communication with what the deadline actually is, you decide to backtrack. What about all of the faculty and staff who have young kids in their homes who can't get vaccinated? Does their health and safety not matter to you? You are putting them and their parents at an unnecessary risk. What about the vaccinated students who are now more concerned about being in person around unvaccinated classmates for another 2 months? You told them they'd be safer, and now they might not be. How is this what's best for students, and how is what's best for employees? Short answer, it's not. Do better because your students, employees, and this entire community deserve better.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next is Ali Sadat, followed by Lindsay Risky, Esmeralda, and then Esmeralda Camarena.
Can you hear me? Thank you, board, for this opportunity. I'm a current student at Moore Park right now, and I myself am vaccinated, but many of my friends and classmates aren't. And I think to have a mandate where only vaccinated students can be on campus, I think would irretraceably hurt a lot of students. I urge the board to maybe have a COVID option where people can get tested maybe weekly or bi-weekly, and if they pass, they can be allowed to be physically on campus. I think that'll be beneficial to many students. And thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your brief comments. Next is Esmeralda. No, I'm sorry, Lindsay Risky.
Good evening to the board and guests here tonight. My name is Lindsay and I've been a student at Moore Park College since 2018. I am currently in my third semester of the nursing program here at Moore Park. The reason I am here this evening is to voice my disdain regarding the current vaccine mandate here at the college. No person should be coerced into any decision. And I would like to note that I have always received the recommended vaccines and that my children are also vaccinated according to the American Academy of Pediatrics vaccination schedule. I received my first shot of Pfizer vaccine in January of this year. 12 days later, I contracted COVID, along with my husband and both of my children. While we are grateful we were not seriously ill, it was a challenging time. Considering that the vaccine is and it was very new at the time, I was hesitant to receive my second dose for 3 reasons. Number one, there was not very much research at the time about receiving the vaccine after a recent infection. And number two, the previous year, I'd had a blood clot in my leg. And as we have all heard, that was some of the risk factors of the vaccine. The third reason was that I already had antibodies to COVID-19 and did not feel it was necessary. When I contacted my doctor in the employee health department at the hospital where I was vaccinated, I asked them if they felt it was safe for me to finish the series at the time, and they responded at the time in January they were not sure. I was getting nervous because I knew the requirement to be vaccinated for the fall semester was quickly coming. I notified the nursing program that I was not comfortable finishing my vaccine series at that time. I asked for antibody testing and I was told no, that was not a viable option. I am angry and still angry that I was forced to put something into my body that I did not want. I ultimately did receive my second shot so that I could stay in the program, but I support my fellow students who would like to stay in the program and not be forcibly removed because they are not vaccinated. Not all persons are candidates for vaccination and they should not be discriminated against because of this. We deserve better for our students who have put in hundreds of hours in pursuit of their aspirations. I believe the same rights should be afforded to our students at Moore Park College as our patients who have the right to make all of their own healthcare decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. The last 5 will be, or last 6, Esmeralda Camarena, and then Claudia Gutierrez, followed by David Katz. Looks like Esmeralda might be joining us via Zoom. Is that true? All right, I think you just, oh, there you are. Okay, it's all you.
Chancellor and trustees, I urge you to take action and work with AFT to immediately establish an MOU for a rotating, hybrid, and flexible work schedules for non-instructional faculty. In EOPS, our mission is to provide over and above services to our students. For the past 17 months that we worked remotely, our students benefited greatly in terms of access. Our full-time and part-time counselors were available to work their full assignments to offer expanded appointment times. After the August 2nd mandate for 100% on-ground work, our counselors became limited, with some working reduced loads or in some cases leaving their job altogether. Our current numbers indicate that 88% of our student appointments were done virtually via Zoom or by phone, while 12% have been in person. As you can see, virtual appointments continue to be our students' preference. Furthermore, non-instructional employees demand equity and parity when it comes to our assignments, especially when many still face ongoing pandemic-related hardships. It's great that instructional faculty teaching fully online classes get to teach remotely. As faculty, we want that as well. It is important to recognize that we are not asking for flexibility out of mere convenience, as some may say. The world as we used to know it is changing, and recognizing that some of these institutional policies and procedures are antiquated and in some respect are racist and uphold white supremacy. This way of doing business as usual no longer serves us and does not benefit our students. I invite you to take time to shadow us for the day if you do not understand our line of work and how we serve our students. Y'all applauded us and commended us for the tremendous work we did during the past 17 months of remote work. So why all of a sudden take away that option? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Claudia Gutierrez. Hi, Claudia.
Hi, I'm Claudia Gutierrez, and I teach math at Moore Park College. I'm here to advocate for a COVID-19 testing alternative to be a permanent option for students, staff, and faculty, regardless of status. Our district is an organization valuing equity and inclusion above all else, but these values are not being considered with the mandate. I do not support your mandate. It is unfair and lacks empathy. As teachers, we compromise with students who have extenuating circumstances. In the face of adversity, a student may submit work late, miss an important due date, or do poorly on a high-stakes exam. They are not necessarily a sign of failing grade or dropped. Instead, we offer diverse assessments and leniency on missed assignments to ensure their success in the class. We understand our students come from different walks of life, and as teachers, we do our absolute best to accommodate them. The Board of Trustees is disregarding that we all come from different backgrounds. There's room for compromise, but you are not willing to. A simple compromise is offering a regular testing option for everyone coming onto our campus. We don't require a doctor's note or any personal documentation to validate students' extenuating circumstances, yet here you are asking for our confidential medical information and making medical decisions for us. We have been making individualized accommodations in the interest of student success for years, and now you have the opportunity to make a simple compromise, like offering a regular testing option to help us continue putting our students first. But will you do it?
Thank you, Claudia. Next is David Katz, followed by Elena Daly, Samuel Daly, and Isaac Okopnik.
Can you hear me? I'd like to thank the Board of Trustees for, I'll make sure the timer's on first. Do I have my 2 minutes? All right, thank you. I'm David Katz. I am a student on the ASMC, Student Government at Moore Park College, currently the Director of Constitution and Standing Rules. I want to provide a different perspective that comes from a student who had a hard time taking an online education in the past year. So I'm a math major, and I have a lot of peers who are the same, as well as science majors, physics majors, and also nursing majors. What I'm concerned about is how the online format affects those classes, specifically under the STEM umbrella. With a STEM class, it's more crucial to have peer-assisted learning and to have the teachers there in front of you to assist you with the work that you do not understand. As someone who experienced both in-person and online math classes, I can say that the in-person classes were much more beneficial than the online classes. For the nursing program, a program that I am not a part of, but I greatly commend those who do pursue that. I have little trust in a nurse who receives their license through an online program, which has a much higher probability of cheating than an in-person program. That is not to attack the integrity of nursing students, but that is a fact that there is that probability. Also, to think about the habits of students. According to Atomic Habits by James Clear, environmental cues are crucial to building habits and reinforcing existing habits. A vaccine mandate that restricts unvaccinated students who do not wish to get vaccinated just yet to their living spaces has a seemingly logical result, that those students will be separate from their vaccinated peers while receiving an education that is as similar to an in-person education as possible. But the issue I see is conflicting interests in terms of primal habits. The students who have to retreat to their bedrooms the only quiet spot in the house. To attend their Zoom classes are now restricted to an environment where sleep is paramount. One of the primary
Time. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next will be Elena Daly, followed by Samuel Daly and Isaac Okopinik.
I already spoke. I was the first person to speak, and my son, who is 14, opted not to come tonight, but I'm happy to speak on his behalf again.
I'm sorry, our board policy states that the person has to be here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, that'll be our last and final speaker, Isaac Okopinik. Hope I pronounced that correct.
Hi, thank you to the board for welcoming me and welcoming a comment and for setting it up on Zoom. My name is Isaac Okopinik. I'm a paramedic student at Ventura College. And I just have to respond to some of the comments made during the board meeting. The vaccination does not prevent infection or spreading COVID. That is a fact that has been validated by many studies. So at this point, with the high vaccination rates, vaccinated staff and students are actually more likely to be carrying COVID on the campuses, and that's not to discredit them. I think every person has a right to take the vaccine if they feel that's the right thing for them to do. But in terms of safety, focusing on unvaccinated staff and students is absolutely the wrong approach. Most people that are going to be carrying COVID on campus at this point are most likely going to be vaccinated. And with that in mind, testing and excluding the unvaccinated from campus is simply discrimination, and it's a massive human rights abuse to have a COVID mandate in place. And I want to think about that in terms of student mental health. If you look at the back of the ID card, I'm not sure where I placed mine, but there's a suicide hotline on the back, And just to think about that environment that students are already in, and just to put more human rights abuses, more stress, discrimination, exclusion, harassment is just, it's sadistic, really. So I think it needs to be either a testing for all or a testing for none, because otherwise it's just discrimination. Another thought is, why have you not acknowledged past infection with COVID? The science points that that is proven protection. At the very least, it's better, much better than protection given by the vaccine. And another thought is, if it ain't broken, why break it? I mean, what has been wrong? And maybe this is not a rhetorical question. What has been wrong with the first half of this semester, where unvaccinated students are able to go and do the health check-in on the app and go in person? Has there been an issue with that? Why are we changing something that seems to work fine? And I just want to finish with saying that.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment, except for we're going to do a brief summary of the written comments that we received. And Chancellor Gillespie has graciously agreed to summarize the numerous comments. I skipped a few people. Okay, you did fill out I believe you filled out a card. Correct, I did. Okay, let me find those cards. I apologize for that. Thank you for waiting very patiently. No, those interruptions are important. So let's see here. Organization skills would be, so while I get organized, if you wouldn't mind introducing your name for the record, and while you're speaking, we will identify those cards and we'll be right on track.
Good evening. I'm here to put a face to a name on a list of faculty members that you're threatening to fire. My name is Carrie Geisbauer, and I'm a full-time faculty in biology at Moorpark College. I have a PhD in biomedical engineering from UCLA. I have been employed at Moorpark College since 2012, and I have tenured. I am a COVID-19 survivor that, by the way, from one of your students in of 2020 while I was teaching my anatomy and biology class, and he had returned from a trip to. I was not offered any additional support for that or any additional support for my family when they were infected. I am unvaccinated and I will remain unvaccinated. If you want my job, you will have to come and take it from me. And please do if that's what you need. My sincerely held religious beliefs prevent me from getting the COVID-19 vaccine. On September 10th, I filed my religious exemption paperwork that cited scripture and was signed by my pastor. I asked for updates on the status of my paperwork and was told They were reviewing my paperwork. On October 1st, I received a threatening letter regarding my vaccination status, and I was told by Laura Barroso that my paperwork would be in review on Monday, October 4th. On Wednesday, October 6th, I still hadn't received word. So I reached out again and was told that I would be informed on Friday, the 8th. That Friday, I received yet another threatening email from my direct supervisor, who did not know she was threatening me or that the HR had continually battered me. And I reached out again to Laura Barroso and asked for my review of my exemption. I was then told I would have an exemption within a matter of hours, and I was completely denied my exemption, which is a violation of my civil rights. I am asking for the board to reconsider their policy because faculty who are good like me want to be able to help their students.
Thank you for your comments. And just for the record, because I didn't announce it, your name was? Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So take that off the list. That one didn't. Yeah, it wasn't submitted in time. Lindsay already spoke, I believe. Tiffany already spoke, I believe. Okay. Jacqueline already spoke. Kenya already spoke. Tiffany spoke. Got lots of cards for Tiffany. Monica Lee. Did Monica Lee speak? No. All right.
Thank you. My name is Monica Lee. I'm a parent of a 16-year-old Ventura College dual enrolled IGETC program student. He attends in person this semester for college algebra. This is the first time in his 4 semesters at Ventura College that he's in person. And he tells me that his in-person instruction makes a world of difference for him, inspiring a love for learning in him. At his high school, there are certain classes for which there are no equal alternative to what is offered at Ventura College, but are required for him to graduate from high school. We are now looking at how we will proceed through high school if he cannot attend in person because he is not vaccinated, nor will he be unless a vaccine is developed that aligns with his religious beliefs and is proven safe and effective with long-term safety data proven to prevent transmission and infection. Please read the vaccine data sheets, which come with your vaccination when you go to CVS or wherever you guys go. Please read them. They are online, and they do say that they do not prevent infection, and they do not prevent transmission. So there is no fake news there. Although my son is very healthy, we have serious reservations about him being injected due to his previous health history. And we recognize that vaccine injury may have a role in his health history. We do also recognize that his recovery was a miracle. So not wanting to put God to the test and believing God gives wisdom, we believe there should be a choice for him and others like him who are concerned for their health and safety.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I believe Andrea Isbell, have you already spoken? You have. Okay, excellent. All right. Well, I feel like, I just want to say thank you all for public comments. I think we're at a magic time to take a break. So if it's a, oh, wait, did you fill out a card? Okay. We will identify that card, and I just also I keep saying it. We also have, I believe, an online one that came in, Jessica Hahn also. So we will find your card. If you can just state your name for the record when you come up. Would you like to speak? Okay. Thank you for your patience.
My name's Karen Wild, and I'm a part-time faculty member at Ventura College in the mathematics department. I didn't really prepare a whole lot, and most everything has already been stated, but I would like to finish Andrea Isbell's prepared written statements because she only had 2 minutes and you took some time away from her. So Andrea, I'm going to back up to where she was at, what happened to her when she was younger. You decided that I didn't know best for my body. So now you decide to raise the bar. Now you decide to send me threatening emails. And I have also received several phone calls letting me know that if I don't get the COVID shot, that I will be out of the program in 5 weeks. I am told shamelessly by Allison Case Barton that time is ticking. I'm bullied and stressed out in hopes that I will cave. Well, I want you to know that I am not that little girl anymore. And sharing this, shoving this down my throat will not work for me. I am strong. I fear God, not man, and I will not be getting your COVID shot. But I will be fighting for myself, for every future student, in order to stay in this program and to keep my right to an equal opportunity at education and my right for religious freedom. I will not cave to your tactics. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to finish what you had to say. I know I only have about 30 seconds left, but I have students coming to me wondering what they're going to do next semester and how they're going to be able to finish their education, who do not want to get vaccinated for various reasons, either for religious freedom or medical reasons, or just that they do not feel safe. I would hope that all of you, being that we constitute an educational environment here, would read the facts and know that many vaccinated people are those who are now in the hospital getting COVID.
Thank you for your
and so are
comments.
my family vaccinated. and
Thank
yet they
you
are sick.
for your comments. And last but not least is Jessica Hahn. Is Jessica Hahn online? Okay. We're going to try and get Jessica Hahn. So we don't waste any time. We'll be a little unconventional and we'll take our 5-minute break and come back at 5 minutes, and we may or may not have one more public comment, and then we'll get into business. So thank you all for your public comments, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
No, this is green tea.
Oh, green tea?
No, I wish. Of course. I really want to visit see a Royal Rumble.
Oh my God.
Or Elimination Chamber.
Okay. Wait, Royal Rumble? Yeah. Yeah.
Or my favorite match is Hell in the Cell.
Oh, no.
You see the one, the Undertaker versus Mick Foley?
Oh,
yeah, we threw it. That was so. Is that camera? Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, that's crazy.
First initially no, and then, but then she realized that I wanted to. How many breaks are there?
I don't know. You guys stay for long? You guys from Ventura? What part of Ventura? Oh, you guys have a good football team. So. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Football game? To go to the football game?
Yeah.
Oh,
We were playing each other.
oh, JK. Just
Yeah, we have our.
like if they said this is un-American, I get
What do you guys do? What are you guys doing for that? Oh, we're doing that.
Okay. All right, everybody. We are back. Thank you all. So I've heard feedback that our meetings go too long. So feedback well received, and we're going to stick to a tight schedule. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chancellor Gillespie, who is going to summarize the total public comments that were received, and then we will immediately followed. We'll go to 3.07, which is the Chancellor's report. So Chancellor Gillespie, the next two items are yours.
Okay, thank you. So as far as the written public comments for open session, there were a total of 63 submitted comments. 50 of those comments were about the vaccine mandate. About 2/3 of those were in support of a testing option for unvaccinated, and about 1/3 were to implement the mandate as is and encouraging it to start immediately rather than January. There were 8 comments supporting remote flexible work, 3 comments supporting proposal to invest district reserves for Oxnard College, and 2 comments about a public comment deadline error. There was an error in the collector messaging system that was corrected, and all public comments did end up being received. So that wraps that up. And then moving to the Chancellor's report, do have the details in the board agenda. I do want to emphasize item 4.01 that's going to be coming up right after this. We're looking forward to the summary from the actuarial study and the good news there with regards to the significant reduction in our OPEB liability. One item that is not in the report, want to just comment on item 1601. That's the action to approve acceptance of the annual budget and financial report to the state. I just want to assure the board that the numbers in the report have been confirmed by business services, certified by the chancellor, and provided to the state, and that these numbers are accurate. And auditors have also reviewed the numbers that go into this report, and we had clear audit findings last year. So the item is recommended for the board to accept, since again, it's been certified and sent to the state at this time. That's it for the Chancellor's report. I would also like to bring to the board's attention, if we back up to just changes to the agenda, it's been brought to my attention that there's some wording in item 14.04, which is to reaffirm the board policy 7120, that is actually a revision that hasn't been reviewed through DCHR. So that item will be pulled this evening and brought back in November. So item 14.04 is pulled, basically.
Okay, thank you for that. That's going to take us to 4.01, and I believe, which is typically, we usually don't have action items come at the front of the meeting, but we do have a presenter, I've been informed. So hopefully the presentation, not to discount the importance of it, will be brief, and then we can get to some questions if there are any, and then hopefully we can approve this. So I can't see your name, but I'll turn it over to Chancellor Gillespie to introduce our presenter.
If I may, this is Mr. Luis Murillo, who conducted the actuarial study with his team at Total Compensation Studies. They've done the studies here and for several years, and they do studies across the state for a large number of districts and municipalities. Mr. Murillo, if you can go ahead, you're on.
Thank you, Dr. Gillespie. Good evening, Board of Trustees and members of the public. I'm presenting the results of the recent actuarial evaluation performed for your retiree health benefits plan. The valuation was performed as of 6/30/2020, which is the date used for census and premium rate information. And the purpose of the valuation is to estimate the value in today's dollars for providing retiree health benefits to your employees. The accounting standards require that this liability be accrued on your financials as your employees earn the benefit rather than when the benefit is paid. And this report also provides the required disclosures under GASB 75, which is the accounting standard pertaining to retiree health benefits. There's a lot of information on this report, but really the key sections for you are shown on pages 1 and 2. So right now, if you just want to jump to page 2, page 1 of the report, we can begin. So on page 1 under key results, as Dr. Gillespie mentioned, overall, this was a good year as the unfunded liability decreased to 110.7 million from 163.8 million. We will discuss the reasons for the change, the significant change in the following page. And so on the last table on page 1, there under key assumptions, you see at the bottom highlights really some of the key assumptions used. The discount rate was lowered to 6.35 from 7%. And this was due to a lower expected long-term return on your portfolio based on the target investment allocation. And then the long-term medical assumption and the payroll growth assumption remained the same as last year. So now moving on to page 2 of the report at the top there under changes in net OPEB liability, section 1. This is showing you the changes from the prior year to this year. So changes between 2019, 6/30/19 and 6/30/2020. And let's start with the first column labeled TOL, which stands for the total OPEB liability. So that's really the estimated value of providing this benefit. And you can see that there's many components there under that section, but really the significant one shown is under section other. And what we're reflecting there, that $46.6 million decrease really reflects the move in your healthcare plans to CalPERS Health. The significant decrease reflects the overall decrease in lower expected medical costs. And in particular, the post-65 premiums are lower because CalPERS requires Medicare enrollment for those eligible, and they require participation in Medicare supplemental plans. And so now moving to the next column, FNP, which stands for fiduciary net position, and that's just a fancy term for your market value of assets which are held in a trust. And you can see that the assets increased by about 820,000. And that's largely due to your earnings in the trust. So they went from 22.1 million to 22.9. And the trust was expected to earn about 1.5 million, but earned about 600,000 less than that through 6/30/2020. And that was, everybody, the markets didn't do as well. This was in the earlier stages of the pandemic. But just know that, through 6/30/2021, markets have improved and considerably, and we expect that next year's report will show assets earning more than expected through 6/30/2021. So again, overall, the significant decrease in the unfunded liability was due primarily to the change in healthcare plans. And then the only other thing I just wanted to call out is there was an additional PDF provided besides the report, which shows benefit payments starting in 2020 through 2106. And what that PDF represents is the estimated benefit payments, also known as the pay-as-you-go cost for all future years. And again, the estimated payments include eligible active employees expected to retire in future years. And you can see that the payments increase and then start coming down again. And that's really due to, you have more retirees coming in, but then also those retirees some other retirees are passing away over the years. And so again, you start at some point increase and then start decreasing as the years go by, more people more retirees pass away. Again, these are estimated benefit payments based on the census information and the assumptions used in the 6/30/2020 evaluation we just did. So that's really it from our end. Any questions you might have?
Hearing none, I just want to thank you for not only the report, but also the last part that you presented, because I think what it demonstrates is within our pay as you go, you know, we hear a lot about an unfunded liability and a huge number, and which it is, but I think it's also important to couple that with in basically 11 years, 12 years, I think, 2035. So I'm trying to do some math here, 14 years. We will be paying less, like basically it'll start on the downward trend of paying less than what we're paying as it grows. So, and that's not including any utilization of the trust itself. Is that correct?
Yeah, these are just estimated payments.
Okay.
So yes, if you start, yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay. And the only other thanks I have is for all staff for leadership to make this happen. So, and I don't think, you know, especially for me, I'll speak for myself. That was a difficult road to get this across the finish line that at times was really hard to get behind. So thank you to the chancellor, vice chancellors, and trustees. So thank you for that. Any other questions before we move on?
If there are no questions, I would move to accept the study.
Okay. So we have a first and a second. Student trustee Rodriguez. We'll start with you as an advisory vote. Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louise.
Thank you.
Hey. I believe that's going to take us to 5.01. Is that correct? Yes, it is. Okay, acknowledgement of new employees. I know we should have another plate of treats back there. So Vice Chancellor Barroso.
Thank you, Chair Chancellor. So congratulations to the following employees who were hired or promoted during the period of September 1st through September the 30th. Amparo Medina, Student Activities Specialist, Oxnard College. Carmela Gonzalez, Office Assistant at Ventura College. Deanna Vega, Instructional Lab Technician 1, Agriculture, Ventura College. Gabriela Chacon, Senior Administrative Assistant, Moorpark College. Jake Phillips, Graphics and Digital Printing Technician, Moorpark College. And Melissa Johnson, Program Coordinator 2 at Moorpark College. Congratulations to them.
Thank you. Congratulations to those employees, and thank you, Vice Chancellor Barroso. Our next item is 5.02, recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees. And we have the honor of recognizing Octavio Garcia, Ventura College Instructional Assistant, Machine Shop. District service began, drum roll, August 29th, 1977. So yeah, that's definitely something to recognize. So congratulations on that. And that's going to take us to reports. All right, here we go. And consultation first before we get to reports. So we'll start with Academic Senate President's consultation. And in person, which is very exciting. So President Reese, I apologize. President Reese.
It's always a mystery what order. Is this working?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can barely hear myself, which is probably a good thing. Anyway, good evening, trustees, chancellor, and other attendees. Thank you as always for the opportunity to address the board. 3.02, swearing in and seating of student member Brian Rodriguez. Congratulations and welcome. Student trustee Rodriguez, you have already made quite the impression with your eagerness and advocacy. And it's fantastic to once again to have a student filling that seat. Very much look forward to working with you over the next year. 12.05, approve ratification of new contracts and grant for fiscal year 2021 and 2022, possibly an unlikely item to talk about, but it's in short, it's a collaboration between the engineering department at Moorpark College and the Naval Base in Ventura County to create career technical education pathways for students, in addition to the already really robust transfer pathway that Moorpark College has in engineering. So it's $750,000 over 3 years. That will help a lot of students succeed. And I want to commend Dr. Scarlett Relly for her hard work on lifting up the entire department and making these pathways possible and supporting students. I guess I will pull my comments on 14.04 on BP and AP 7120 and save them for when that returns to us. 15.05, action to improve a resolution in support of Depression and Mental Health Screening Month. Mental health issues are very real and increasing, especially in our current state. We definitely must provide greater mental health care and continue reducing the stigma associated with such care. So although I teach physics and astronomy, I start each of my classes addressing mental health issues and reinforcing that it's okay to ask for help. In fact, encourage to ask for help. Hopefully becoming a resource myself or anyone else on campus for students in need, any need. So a month is far too short for this important item, as noted in the resolution itself by including year-round language, which I do appreciate. So I just want to say thank you for bringing awareness to this really critical area. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you to Ms. Blair for always making sure our resolutions get to us in time to approve them. So thank you for that. President Edwards.
Good evening. 3.02, welcome, Brian. Happy to see you on the dais. 5.01, new employees. I'm not going to say welcome to Amparo Medina. She's been here a while, but I will say congratulations. Student activity specialist is perfect for her. Glad to have her on board there. 1402, action to approve the establishment of the marketing, comms, and web designer coordinator position. It's a junior level position with technical expertise that our college 100% needs. Please approve. 15.02, COVID response update. We heard a lot from that tonight. I have just two quick things. The Oxnard College, as well as the other two academic senates, passed resolutions about the non-instructional flexibility. We didn't see anything here specifically related to non-instructional faculty. So we hope that these resolutions will be considered and hope they will show up in an updated document. And the second, Oxnard College asked that the Board of Trustees hold the line on the mandate. The vote happened prior to the student communication that went out. So take that, I guess, with a grain of salt, since we have already not held the line. 15.04, the OC's major initiatives proposal. The Oxnard College Academic Senate had an official vote, discussion, pros and cons of the proposal, and voted unanimously to approve. So we are in support. That's my report. Thank you. Consultation, not my report.
Thank you very much. And our last consultation for the Academic Senate, President Clark.
Thank you, Chair Chancellor. Just a couple of things. 2.01 is the item I consulted on regarding, as Amy mentioned, the non-instructional faculty work modality. Academic Senate passed our resolution F21-02. So I'll direct you to that on page 4 of my report. I'll also pull my comments on item 14.04, the faculty hiring BPAP. And then the only other one was 15.03. I wanted to thank the board for including Academic Senate in plans for hiring the new chancellor. I understand that you reached out to Classified Senate as well. So building that process with all of our input is excellent and appreciated. So as you look to hire the search firm for this search, thank you for including us in the process. That's it for me.
Thank you for that. Any questions for our Academic Senate presidents? I have one, and it has to do with the resolution in support of non-instructional faculty, I believe, from Ventura College. But my question has, there was a reference, and I guess my concern is it said that more than 50 student appointments were canceled, and the University Transfer Center failed to serve 87 students from missed calls, emails, and canceled workshops. And that was in regards to, and there may have been other reasons, but a quarantine incident that occurred. And I guess I'm just trying to put together the lines or the pieces of the puzzle. I was under the impression that when employees are asked to quarantine at home, they still can perform their job from home when they're asked to quarantine. So I just was hoping to get a little bit of clarification on that, because that resolution didn't align to what we've kind of been told. So
the first week of class was the time that this happened. So that was before the flexibility you mentioned that's now in place was in place.
That makes me feel much better. Well, thank you for that clarification. Okay, that's going to take us to classified Senate presidents. So we have President Resendez.
Good evening. Just a couple of items for consultation. 3.02, just a congratulations to Brian Rodriguez on his new appointment as student trustee for the district. And 5.01. Just wanted to acknowledge Gabby Chacon on her recent promotion to Senior Administrative Assistant. Welcome to Jake Phillips, Melissa Johnson to Moore Park College, and a congratulations to my classified Senate counterpart at Oxnard, Amparo Medina, on her recent promotion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's going to take us to President Medina, followed by President Friedel.
Good evening, trustees and Chancellor Gillespie. Welcome, Student Trustee Rodriguez. I have a very brief consultation this evening. In regards to item 15.03, I too would like to thank the board for including classified Senate on the discussion regarding the selection of our next chancellor and the process, what it's going to look like. I would like to call your attention to item 15.04. This item was brought back to the classified Senate for discussion so that feedback may be provided. The Senate unanimously approved the proposal with the condition that there is funding identified to support the classified positions needed to support the additional classes, especially the science labs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that brief report. And our newest classified Senate President, President Friedel, here at the district office, District Administrative Center.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members of the board and everybody here tonight and as well as on Zoom. I'm happy to be here representing the DAC and the newly established classified Senate as his first ever elected president. At this time, we don't have much to discuss since we have just officially elected our officers, and we will have our first meeting this month, and we look forward to reporting back to you on that in November. At this time, I will acknowledge 3.02, welcome to Brian Rodriguez, student trustee, as well as 5.01, congratulations to fellow classified president Amparo Medina on a promotion. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome to Academic Senate President Circle. And last but not least is President Shizwait.
Good evening. Really quickly, congratulations to our new Pirates. Congratulations, Brian, and congratulations, Amparo. It's a win for Oxnard, so thank you.
All right, thank you for that. We are now going to 7.01, which is our student reports, and we see a student. That's excellent. Okay, so please come on, students, plural. This is great news. All right, this brings us great joy. So thank you for that.
Okay, so first we would like to thank Trustee Torres, Trustee McKay for attending our ASMC board meeting last month and listening to our students' concerns. We really appreciate your help and support. And so in collaboration with the President's Office and ASMC, we hosted a student town hall HighFlex meeting on September 29th, where we updated students about the campus, about what the campus is doing to help ensure the health and safety of those who use on-campus resources. And so students had the chance to speak to us about their concerns. Later that day, we sent out a student survey over text message. For further information, the results can be found in the packet that will be handed to you. Okay, so just to clarify, ASMC does not officially take a stance on the mandate, but we do advocate that the final decision can be planned for spring 2022. We do advocate a final decision on the plan for spring 22 should be established by November 1st, which is the first day of registration. And so today we saw that we have 3 ASMC representatives here with us that would like to share some key takeaways from the survey. So first we will hear from Alette Lawton.
Hi, thank you for having me.
The survey was sent out on Wednesday, September 28th at 2:47 p.m. and ended yesterday, which was Monday, October 11th at 9:53 p.m. This survey had a slightly higher margin of error than we had initially expected for three main reasons. First, the survey could be submitted multiple times. Second, the survey was unintentionally shared to people that do not currently attend Moore Park College. And third, the form was officially sent out before the update to the vaccine mandate policy and ended after the policy was changed, which could have created some confusion. If you guys look at the last page of the report, we have 3 comments that we pulled in favor of the mandate, 3 comments against the mandate, and 3 with a generally neutral standpoint but had important points out of a total of, I believe, 270 comments. And next, I will introduce Chris.
Hi guys, thank you for having me. I know there was some confusion on this earlier, but I'd like to clarify. Out of those surveyed, 35% stated that they're not fully vaccinated. Of that 35%, 54% stated that they are not going to seek a religious exemption or a medical exemption. So out of that 35 or that data accounts to 20%. So 20% will not be seeking religion of all the data. With that, I introduce Mary.
Thank you for having me. Okay, when looking forward to spring 2022, a third of the students said that the mandate makes them feel safe to be on campus. A third said that they would not be allowed on campus because of the vaccine mandate. A third also said that the mandate does not influence their decision. Of student polled, roughly 70% of responses came in favor, 70% of the students were in favor of a testing alternative to the vaccine mandate. Thank you.
So we greatly appreciate your dedication to making sure that our students are kept safe, and we hope that this data will help you with your decision making. And also thank you so much for your time and attention to this matter. If you have any questions about the survey or contact information of those who were on the committee who created the survey, it can be found on the back of the packet that was given to you. And so there was like other information that was like campus wide that would provide to you over email. So just look out for that email. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. And Trustee Rodriguez, do you have anything to add on the student side in your report? We'll have a portion later in the meeting for trustee report, but I don't know if you have anything at this point. Typically, we used to have at this point our trustee, if I recall, sort of student trustee. Yeah. So do you have any? You'll save it for the regular. All right. Excellent. That works for us. We have an Oxnard student report. Thank you, President Edwards. All right. Oxnard, Alejandra Ortiz. Welcome. Hey, we see you. Okay.
Good morning. Good evening, Chancellor and Trustees. My name is Alejandra Ortiz. I am currently Oxnard College's ASG president. I am very excited to be attending my first board meeting, and I would also like to welcome an old friend, Brian Rodriguez. Hi, from Oxnard High School. To start off my report, last Friday during our meeting, we had a representative from the Student Senate for California Community Colleges speak to us about open positions for students to serve at a state level. So the SSCCC is basically an organization advocating for student rights, student services, student opportunities. So ASG will definitely be reaching out to students to see if they could fill out these student positions and become a student representative. Finally, I am excited to share some interesting events that ASG has prepared for this month of October. First, we have tickets to see Hamilton on October 15th. That's going to be in Hollywood, and around 40 students will be attending. Second, ASG is partnering with STEM and FYE to host a drive-in movie event on October 27th. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, President Ortiz. Okay, so that's going to take us to 7.01. I'm 7.02, college reports. It's always an exciting time of the meeting. And we'll start with academic senate presidents. So I'm just going to follow what it says in front of me here. So President Reese.
Thank you again for the opportunity to address the board. There's really so much going on, but I will limit myself as always. The Moorpark College Academic Senate ranked and ratified its goals for the 2021-22 academic year. The topping the list are finalize the 16-week calendar discussion within the VCCCD. 2 is continue to transform the culture of Moorpark College by focusing on racial equity, inclusion, and social justice for students of color and other marginalized student populations. And 3, increase strategic collaboration with students and student organizations to gain perspective, enhance the student experience, and inform policies and practices. There were a lot of other goals in that list. I think I might take a page from one of my fellow Senate presidents, or both of them now, and provide links in the written report in case you want more information. Faculty prioritization will be taking place on next Tuesday, actually, October 19th from 2:30 to 5 p.m. And all are, of course, invited. We definitely invite all the trustees. At 2:30 in the afternoon, I understand, might be difficult. But what this is programs with full-time faculty requests present at the Joint Academic Senate and Dean's Council meeting and rank the requests, which is sent as a recommendation to the college president. Please do come listen and hear what these programs could do if they were granted a full-time faculty member. I will forward the calendar information to the trustees and the chancellor if anyone is able to attend, or just come take a peek. I know Trustee Perez has attended in the past, and I think it gave him an idea of how much, not that you guys are unaware of how much need there really is out there in all the programs and everything, because you guys talk about that all the time, but a chance to get a glimpse into the needs at Moorpark College. And just mention a little bit of accreditation work. Leads and members have been worked out for all the various standards, and the groups are meeting and organizing the work for each standard. There's a lot of work and evidence gathering going on. It is definitely an intricate process of institutional self-reflection for continuous improvement, and there'll be much more to come from each of the colleges on that. Thank you.
Chair Chancellor.
Trustee
I'm
Perez.
sorry, before the others proceed, and I say this for the benefit of all the authors of the college and DAC reports, I've provided comments on those reports to the chancellor, and he will have forwarded them down, and I hope it makes it down to everybody. But I just wanted to say 2 things. One, Eric mentioned it, that I had the privilege of attending a program review session, and if not this time, but in the future, if you can never attend one, it's well worth the time to see how the work gets done. And then I just want to cite one takeaway from the reports, and I think it's applicable to everybody tonight in every meeting. And it reads, from Eric, halfway through this semester, in week 9 of the semester, the week of this meeting, it has been another taxing semester for all. Please show kindness and grace to our students and each other. Do the same for yourself and practice self-care. So that resonated with me, and I hope with everybody else. Thank you.
President Edwards. Thank
Hi
you,
there.
Trustee Perez.
Senate has been a busy place for Senate presidents and all senators. We have another resolution that was passed at our Senate meeting yesterday. It's related to the vaccine, and I think it's important for me to share here. It passed unanimously. The title of the resolution is Immunocompromised or Otherwise Vulnerable Faculty and Staff, or people who are caring for immunocompromised elderly or unvaccinated children. Be it resolved that the Oxnard College Academic Senate formally objects to placing our vulnerable colleagues in the untenable position of having to choose between keeping their health or abiding by management's requirement that all faculty be required to work 4 days a week on campus teaching full up to cap classes or offering student services. Be it further resolved that we support taking such vulnerable colleagues out of harm's way by allowing them to teach remotely or to teach a minimal time on campus, as well as having them conduct office hours remotely. Second item on the college report is OC Live's first live event will take place after 18 months, maybe 19 now, next Tuesday, October 19th, in collaboration with our ASL club. Going to watch a film that offers lessons in loss, addiction, recovery, and acceptance. Following the film, we are going to host a panel of guests, including ASL professor Adriana Nino, music professor Dr. Scott Wolf, and OC student Karina Rios. Thank you to Emily Zwal, who's the advisor for the ASL Club, who's been helping me put it together. The entire event will be interpreted for the deaf and the hard of hearing community, both in ASL and in English. Hopefully you'll join us. We will be adding, for the first time, assuming it goes smoothly, a live stream of the conversation. So if you aren't able to join us, please go onto YouTube and find us there. And then tonight's faculty spotlight is an adjunct faculty in biology. We heard from a lot of biologists today. This is Professor Melissa Graham. You can read her full bio in my report, but she started at OC in the spring of 2008, teaching micro lab in the evenings. She was working full-time at Amgen, but retired from the company in 2014. So she was able to teach for us during the day. She's been given lots of opportunities at OC, and she says, quote, she so appreciates the intelligence, the warmth, and the support of her colleagues in the department. I've read some student comments, and she is very well respected for her teaching in the sciences. And during the pandemic, the lab would not have functioned without Professor Graham's help and support, making videos and canvas shells, et cetera, et cetera. There were over 20 sections during the pandemic of the lab, science labs. Overall, she's a hands-on professor and was recently awarded the Joe Escobar Award, which highlights adjunct faculty for their extraordinary work. Please take a minute to read her full bio and see her photo. Thank you to Professor Graham for her stellar work, both inside and outside the classroom. Thank you for taking the resolution, the event, and the faculty spotlight. Thank you.
Yes. One quick question. The Oxnard Live event, I actually look like I can attend, but just so I can have an end time to tell my husband when I might be getting home, which is always a lie. So just kind of make up anything.
Sure. 8 o'clock. Well, we'll be done by 8. The movie's about 2 hours, and we imagine the conversation about an hour.
Okay, great. Thanks.
So 8:30, so you don't make me a liar.
Yeah. He doesn't believe what I say anyway, but I'll just.
Okay, 8:45.
I can throw out a number.
Okay, thank you for that. And President Clark.
Yes, thanks, Chair Chancellor. You have my written report. I just wanted to pull out 2 quick things. The first was, I've already highlighted our non-instructional resolution we passed. The other resolution we passed was in support of our LGBTQ plus community. So I wanted to direct your attention to that on page 3 of my report. And in lieu of a faculty spotlight that Amy always does every board meeting, which I love, I neglected to give credit at the last page of, or the last paragraph of page 1, I mentioned the curriculum committee training materials. I wanted to highlight that Gabriella Wood is the person who kind of led the charge on that and has provided very helpful videos, a canvas shell, just really invaluable resources for our curriculum folks. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, classified Senate presidents report time. So we have President Resendez.
Good evening once again, Chancellor Gillespie, Board of Trustees. It's been a very busy month at Moore Park, and I will just provide a few highlights of what has been happening. I would like to thank Dr. Cynthia Herrera for attending our September Classified Senate meeting, where she met with our Classified Senate and reviewed the draft strategic goals, measurements of achievement, and strategies with our Senate. She provided a great summary, a presentation, and answered questions from our Senate. We are nearing the end of our Latinx Heritage Month, and I would like to commend the great work of our Latinx Heritage Month Committee, led by Professor Tammy Coleman. This year, it was a marvelous lineup that we had with various Latinx panelists, from Acting State Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez and her executive team. We had author Dr. Alice Baumgartner. We had various members of the Colegas organization, speak on women in higher education. And then we're having our grand finale, and I hope you are able to attend this Friday with Grammy award-winning musician Arturo Sandoval. He will be doing a masterclass with a group of our students and finishing off the day with a lecture where everyone is invited to attend. Also, I had the pleasure and great opportunity of attending the NCCHC Leadership Symposium in August symposium in Long Beach last month. This was a symposium that is put on every year by the NCCHC. And it just provides opportunities to learn from other high impact practices of community colleges leaders, especially for Hispanics. And it's a network with other leaders from across the country, not only California. It's various leaders from other community colleges in the state, and also from out of Hawaii as well. So I was able to attend this symposium and hear the great work that other community colleges are doing in bringing in more of our and supporting more of our Latinx students. And let's see, also, we once again started our Employee of the Month recognition. It was held September 23rd, and our classified Employee of the Month for September was Michael Ashton. I just wanted to publicly congratulate him. We are busy with accreditation work. I am happy to see that a lot of our classified professionals have stepped up in getting involved with all the work that's involved with accreditation, and also learning the process. As well as myself, it is my first time that I am actually involved with various standards, and I'm learning a lot from all of the experts on our campus. It's just a great learning opportunity. And tomorrow will be our October Classified Senate meeting, and I hope that you, whenever you have an opportunity, are able to attend one of our Senate meetings. Thank you.
Okay. Oh,
Friday, I missed the time on the event Friday.
Oh, it's at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
okay. Thank you very much. Next is President Medina, followed by President Shizboy, and yes, I think and then our newest district office president.
Good evening again. In addition to the proposal recommendation that I mentioned earlier, the Classified Senate also unanimously passed the VCCCD strategic goals and measures presented by Vice Chancellor Herrera. Classified Senate has identified and approved 6 goals for the 2021-22 academic year, which include campus service projects, recognition of student workers, and supporting classified mental health. We're also starting the process of reviewing and updating our constitution and bylaws and our student scholarship. Finally, we will be starting a monthly newsletter, which I look forward to sharing with you at the next month's meeting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And President Shizboy.
Here's to hoping you can hear me, and maybe if I speak slower, it'll be better, but I don't know. Maybe that'll be worse. So I'll keep it very, very brief. We only just met on Thursday. We're really trying to kind of put together our fundraising and activities calendar for the rest of the year, with all the timely challenges that we're also used to being planned into that. And then big kind of highlight from the meeting is I believe you've already had an opportunity to see for yourselves, but once again, we had Steinberg Hart come and present to us on the facilities master plan, which really creates a beautiful vision for what Ventura College can be for our community in the future. So thank you for that work there to that group, and for keeping us in the loop. And if you haven't seen it, I encourage you to take a look. So thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least is President Friedel.
Thank you. Good evening again. So tonight marks a very wonderful day in history, obviously, for the District Classified Senate, since we're now officially established. We will be having our first official meeting, not this Thursday, but the following on October 21st. And we would like to invite the board, if you'd like to attend that meeting, we will make sure to share that information with you. We'll coordinate with the Chancellor's office on that. And then one more thing, I'd like to just recognize a few folks here who helped in establishing the DEC Classified Senate. First off is CC Chavez, who is our elections officer, Claudia Barragan, David Casas, who is our new vice president, Diana Martin, who is our new secretary, Janine Nagaoka, John Gallagher, Kelly Barton, who is our new communications officer, Marissa Lynch, and Miguel Angel Rodriguez Lupercio, who is our new treasurer. And that is it for my report. Thank you.
Okay, that leads us now to our presidents. So I'll just follow the list here. Here we go. President Sokanu from Moore Park College.
Thank you, Chair Chancellor, members of the board, and Dr. Gillespie. Welcome to the trustee realm, student trustee Rodriguez. Thank you so much for coming to Moore Park College earlier in the week, last week to attend our club rush and also to join us for the lunch with the president hour. I want to take this opportunity to thank both Mary Portier, who's here, who's the president of our ASMC, as well as Karina Tiaga, who partnered with my office in scheduling and developing a student town hall, 2 of those. And it's often that you see leadership when people are put in moments of challenge, and to have 2 student leaders sort of have people talk at them for an hour and a half and giving them some insight as to their feelings and see them handle it with grace and see them handle it professionally. So they're really mentors to other students, and I appreciate the work that they've done in coordinating that event. And it truly was a student event. I also want to use this as an opportunity to thank the folks who helped stage Nell Gwyn, which is in production at Moore Park College, October 7th to the 17th, in our parking structure. So the second level of our parking structure has become a restoration period code in England, and it is the work of Suzanne Fagan, our faculty in theater. It is the work of Brian Kohler. It is the work of our music directors, who I need to make sure I say their names correctly. It is the work of Penn Hill, who did this costuming, Dave Watkins, who did the musical for Spelling Bee and American Idiot, who we will be doing in spring. If you have not had a chance, please take a gander to our campus and see the production. It is fascinating to walk into the second floor of that parking structure, and it really is the core of King James. I also want to thank those individuals who put together our counselor breakfast. We invited counselors from our K-12 partners and Alejandra Castillo Martinez, as well as a team of counselors who did that work. I also want to use this as an opportunity to thank the folks who put together our Latinx Heritage Month. It is great to see our faculty, our staff and our administrators, Latinx faculty, administrators and staff and students really put this program together, and in so doing, not only celebrate, but make us aware. I also want to inform you that we met this past week with the Director of Economic Development for the City of Thousand Oaks, Haida Alawami, and his staff to talk about partnerships in ways in which we can build connections to the biotech hubs and incubators that are developing in Thousand Oaks. And I have to say that was a very good conversation, because it then introduced us to members of a biotech hub that are now looking at hiring our students and working with us in a very concrete way. So that is my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Dr. Sokunu, for meeting with Hader. He's true to his word, and there are some really incredible, even more new news of biotech incubators that are coming to Thousand Oaks. So it's going to be a great opportunity for Moore Park and their students. So thanks. He's a great guy.
Yes.
Okay, President Sanchez from Oxnard College.
I would also begin by welcoming Trustee Rodriguez, as well as our new Associated Student Government President, Alejandra Ortiz at Oxnard College. And I want to thank my colleagues and community members who have come forward to speak on behalf of the Oxnard College proposal. You'll hear more about it next month. The Chancellor has outlined a procedure for us to take through, and he'll share with you that procedure later tonight, through a couple of shared governance committees, the DCAS committee, Administrative Services, as well as the Enrollment Management Council, which I've asked for time on their next agenda to be able to do so in order to try to bring forward that proposal in November. And I hope that I'm given some time at the November board meeting to finally speak fairly and adequately to this proposal. The reason why the Chancellor prescribed this process, let me be clear about that, is because there was no process prior to this time for bringing a proposal under that special initiative section of the allocation model. So suggestions or intimations that there was something wrong in a procedure, I think were not well founded. It's just that a procedure did not exist. One does now exist thanks to the Chancellor. We intend to abide by it, and then we intend to present our case for the board's consideration, hopefully in November. And at both at DCAS and enrollment management, as well as here, I intend to address the various arguments that have been suggested against the proposal. I can't, of course, predict what the outcome would be here or at the statutory governance committees, but I think we've got a pretty good case for it. I frankly think that whenever the clause for special initiatives was inserted into the allocation model, if it didn't contemplate suggestions for enrollment management and equity, I don't know what that clause would have been inserted for. I don't think it was intended for me to come forward with a plan for a massive new building to be funded through the special initiatives. You notice that I've taken no position on whether the proposal should be funded out of reserves or should be funded out of operating revenues. And there is the potential for funding it out of operating revenues. The difference between total revenues and the amount that's budgeted, I leave that up to the board. It has ramifications for whether it requires a 4 trustee vote or a 3 trustee vote, but I leave that to you. I've taken no position on that, although we've heard talk about the use of reserves. I'll speak to all of the concerns that have been expressed at the November board meeting. Here's the thing I want to make clear. I want to make it crystal clear that I have no animus. None of us at Oxnard College have any animus toward our sister college, Ventura College. We know that we're a part of a district and that we all benefit if we grow. And let me give this caveat and set the background for this proposal against the enrollment management conundrum that we're in right now. The one thing that colleagues in the room and listening tonight would agree on, the vaxxers, the non-vaxxers, every employee I think would tell you this, that the number one concern that we all have to be preoccupied with is enrollment management. And by that, we mean access for students to take classes from our district. As a matter of fact, I'm hoping that in the wisdom of the board in selecting the next chancellor, that you end up hiring somebody that brings the energy and the vision for a massive outreach initiative, because we're approaching a cliff. I think you know it. I think somewhere inside you know that right now we're protected by the hold harmless guarantee and that the state's revenues have been more flush than anybody anticipated. But I know that you know that there's some dark clouds on the horizon economically and that we have to anticipate that brink, and we have to act aggressively toward it, not timidly, not with a heightened level of protectionism or fear or anxiety, but aggressively and assertively and boldly. Frankly, if I'm embarrassed about anything about this proposal, it's that it's way too modest. I would apologize to the community of Oxnard that I asked for so little after encouragement from the board on several occasions to come forward and ask for help. And I demurred a couple of different times, and I can't continue to demur when a trustee asks about how can we meet the needs of the community. And so that's why we came forward with the proposal, and I think it's apt. all of us that have been in the community college system for over 10 years know that the community college system economy is subject to boom and bust. We've had a boom period for about 10 years, a little bit longer than that, but the cycles are inevitable. They periodically recur. My own enrollment management bona fides were burnished when I was a dean for 5 years in the development of schedules that make sense, and then a CIO for 4 years, again overseeing enrollment management. When I was at Moore Park College, we met and exceeded every single FGES goal that was put before us. And when I came to Oxnard College, we led the district in my first year at Oxnard College. I'm not taking the credit for that, it's everybody else that does the work, but we led the district until the pandemic devastated all of us. So we know the importance of enrollment management. We've practiced enrollment management. We live and breathe it. And just to give you a few examples of what we've done for enrollment management purposes, apart from this proposal, the first thing I did was hire an excellent new CIO, a new CBO, a new Dean of Institutional Effectiveness. We created and hired a Director of Marketing and Outreach. We sent our leadership team to enrollment management professional development. We oversaw the development of a new enrollment management plan and educational master plan with heavy emphasis on access and success. I started a President's Advisory Council with all the surrounding superintendents attending that council. We've started placing counselors at the high school so that they can be there on the high school campuses, helping our students complete their ed plans and enroll for classes and fill out their FAFSA. We've added additional dual enrollment PG classes so students can actually take high school classes, enroll in college, fill out their educational plans, get credit for it, fill out their FAFSA. We've supported the expansion of the middle college on our campus, and we've supported having Channel Islands High School students on our campus while their high school is undergoing remodeling. That's a small list of the things we've done to dramatically increase outreach because of how important it is. This is no time to be timid, excessively territorial, excessively conservative. And just to show you that there's no animus on our part where Ventura College is concerned, on tonight's agenda, you have before you an action item to approve an MOU for Ventura College to add classes in Piru. Piru happens to be twice as far from Ventura College as El Rio is from Oxnard College. Piru happens to be closer to Moore Park College. Who cares? They're expanding their classes and their services to an area that's been underserved, and that's what we want to do as well. Let's see, I'm just about done. My apologies for going on a little longer than usual. So once again, if I have any apologies, it's just for being not ambitious enough, not asking for more, as I think we need to aggressively pursue enrollment management to stave off that cliff we're approaching. Thank you, and next month I hope to be given at least 15 minutes to lay out the proposal, why it makes sense, and to address the objections that have been made.
Vice Chair McKay.
At the item, but I just want to say in 2012, when it was added to the allocation model, Trustee Perez and I were on the board, and it was for that was when we were again cutting budgets, and so it was to cover, because we were out of bond money, a disaster should a roof cave in at one of our colleges, that we would have a means to deal with it. So yes, times change, and it stayed there, but that was the intent. That doesn't mean that the intent and the use of it shouldn't change, but that's what it was there for.
Thank you for your enthusiasm, and there will be an opportunity tonight when we get to the procedure side of the innovation plan for us to ask some questions specifically to Oxnard College and perhaps to Moore Park and Ventura College on that, through that lens. So we'll get to that as well. But just want to make sure, as we, Vice Chair McKay and myself are ready, as the cycle never ends, as we start preparing for our November meeting. Just want to make sure we have board consensus that President Sanchez will have an opportunity to speak in regards to this plan. So I just don't want to send mixed messages, because as this may or may not, well, I should say, I would just like to, as we have a president asking to be included in that conversation, I'd just like to make sure that as we move forward, that is crystal clear.
I want to say absolutely. I think when this proposal has come forward, we have been having this conversation in terms of what are the needs of our students' enrollment for a very long time. And
Excuse me, Chair.
and so if I can
Chair,
finish my
but-
point, Chair
well,
Chancellor, I just want to be able to say that I think it would be important to be able to have the conversation. And I know that we mentioned that in November at some point, we would be able to hear. I know that last month it was scheduled, we would hear from the president, but for different reasons, we weren't able to hear from him. And absolutely, as we're moving forward with transparency, with equity, with justice, we would need to hear as a board from the president. And I think after it's gone through the different committees, it would be most reasonable to be able
Got
to
it.
hear from some.
Okay,
Thank you for asking the question.
Thank you. So this was a president's report. We
Correct.
have the item agendized. It might be appropriate to talk about the next steps with the item rather than getting into a discussion as a result of the report.
Oh, thank you for that suggestion. I'm just trying to build consensus because, pardon? Under the item. That's okay. We'll continue seeking input on consensus item. Thank you for the report and the enthusiasm. President Hopkins.
Thank you, Chair Chancellor. Let's see, I want one, yeah. So we've heard loud and clear from our constituency groups that, and our employees in particular, that mental health is certainly an important factor for them. You know, as the pandemic has continued on longer than any of us ever thought it would, we realize the toll it's taking on everyone. Everyone's tired, everyone is more sensitive, et cetera. So we are planning several of our mental health workshops for our faculty and employees, and our classified professionals, as well as our managers and supervisors, so that we can help them with coping skills around the pandemic and sustaining what we're doing. So I wanted to let you know that we are listening to our constituencies and we are addressing those issues, and we're hoping to help them with their coping related to the pandemic. On the good news is I'm really getting excited. There's starting to be renewed energy around other things, because I know that my colleagues, President Sokunu and President Sanchez, we felt like the last, year and a half to almost 2 years now has been totally focused on COVID. And not that we always keep our eye on the ball, that students are the most important thing, and that we're trying to serve our students to the best of our ability with the high quality education that we've had throughout our existence. But now we're getting to have the conversations, and other things are happening. So I know I personally am so excited, and I'm getting a renewed energy. And some of those things that we've had, we opened a new Gene Haas Advanced Manufacturing Lab last week. We had Trustee McKay and Trustee Perez that joined us. Unfortunately, Trustee Chancellor was going to, but he had something else that came up, but he was recognized, and we appreciate his support as always. We're really excited. We had a student that shared his story and how this has made a huge difference in his life. He's a returning, from one profession and actually trying to gain skills to really get a well-paying job in our industry. And we all know that manufacturing is huge in Ventura County. So we're really excited, and we're really thankful to the Gene Haas Foundation and Gene Haas Automation. So very excited about that. We also, and it's in my written report, so I won't share much of the details, but we are excited about a new Hispanic Serving Institution Title III grant for our STEM students to try and get more of our Latinx, low socioeconomic income students into our STEM programs. So we're excited about that opportunity and the $5 million that'll help us pursue that. We also, I wanted to let you know, we had a Cash for College last Saturday, and we were questioned on why Ventura College is had the services and the support in person. And the reason why is we did survey our students, and we had 42% of our students out of 1,000 that responded to our survey saying they needed financial aid support in person. And so I'm happy to report we had around 135 people show up on Saturday, and they were all served. We kept them protected. distanced and did everything we can to meet their educational needs, helping them fill out their forms, as well as to keep them safe. So that's exciting. Then we also, what's very important to us is what we call our side work, being on the side of anti-racism, side standing for social justice, inclusion, diversity, and equity. We had 22 classified professionals, faculty, and administrators take part in our first USC Equity Institute last Friday, and really looking at ourselves and the establishment of power and where power lies, and so reflecting on how that affects our institution. So I'm really excited. We have 7 more institutes that we're going to continue to work to develop Ventura College. We also have many other elements and people working on diversity initiatives and professional developments, et cetera, and they're doing it kind of in pockets. So we're looking at how can we bring all those players together, and those players include like our Student Success Committee, who are wanting to be called C, also our Guided Pathways Committee. They're all working towards the same outcomes, but we're doing it in silos. So we're really looking at bringing that together, and also including professional development. So we have, and it's one of the POs, I believe, on your agenda tonight for RSS Consulting. And this is Regina Steinbeck Stroud, and she has lots of experience in equity work. And she's going to help make recommendations and work with those groups to see how we can move forward and advance our initiatives together so that we can really make a difference. So in the equity realm, I'm really excited about what Ventura College has to offer this year. So that's very exciting. We also have equity summits put on by our Guided Pathways for a retreat. We've had a fabulous Latinx Heritage Month. We've got another one tomorrow, and we're excited about that, and continuing. And next week, our Undocu Ally. For the Guided Pathway Summit, we had Dr. Diego Navarra, and he is an expert in the area of Latinx in our Hispanic heritage. So we're really excited about all those things that are happening. And last but not least, I share President Sanchez excitement and need to be bold related to enrollments. But I really think we need to establish what we can do outside of our normal ideas, and really stimulate the conversation of how we as a district can build those enrollments. And I look forward to those conversations. So if this is agendized for November, I'm hoping that both Moorpark College as well as Ventura College will be able to contribute to those conversations as well. So that's my report, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Chancellor.
Trustee Perez.
I'm sorry, I just think it important that I add on my comment after I read the Ventura College Academic Senate's report. My comment was, I read equity throughout this report. And so just to piggyback on your comment about all the work that's going on at VC.
You mentioned Gabriela Wood and with the curriculum and equity that you went through. Is that something, maybe it's a question for the chancellor, but I'd love to be able to see just some of the tools and curriculum that the faculty is going to be working through that equity lens. Is that something that I would be able to take a look at, or?
I'll make a note of the request. Right now, it's internal to the curriculum committee with plans to make it more broadly available to faculty, but I'll put a request in.
Whenever it's possible, it'd just be so cool to be able to see how it looks like in curriculum. So I'm just excited to just see how that looks like, and having an expert. So especially when it comes to instruction, it's like a special just really interest of mine. So I'd love to see as you're moving this forward, how it looks like.
Awesome. Thanks for your interest.
Okay, so that's going to take us to DAC reports, business and admin services, and we do have all the written reports. Thank you for that. So David, Dr. Al-Fattal, anything to add? Okay, thank you for that. Vice Chancellor Barroso. Thank you. Director Blair. All right. Vice Chancellor Herrera?
I do. I
All
have
right.
two things, if it's okay.
That's okay.
I just want to make sure that we recognize that October 19th, we're going to have our employment training panel information session via Zoom for all of our businesses within the region. We're setting the stage and alerting local businesses that the new VCCCD funding resources will be available to assist them. Statewide ETP staff will be giving an overview of the employment training panel and present low-cost contract education opportunities to our businesses. The second opportunity that I'd like to share is we're encouraging laughing and lunching and learning at the same time. We're starting a series called Workplace Wednesdays, and it's set to launch tomorrow from noon till 1, and it goes until December 15th. And the intent is to provide businesses, employers, and employees the opportunity to have fun and engaging trainings that will support employers and employees looking to improve their relationship and outcome at work. So any of the VCCD employees that want to participate, you are welcome to participate. And then I would like to thank Trustee Perez for opening the door of opportunities with the chambers and the Rotaries and allowing us to have conversation with them about our contract ed opportunities and our career education pathways. And I want to thank you for that.
Okay, thank you for that. Trustee Perez, you are on the move. I like it. All right. Next will be Associate Vice Chancellor Watkins. I think he may be making sure everything's running smoothly. So if you need to add anything, Mr. Watkins, feel free to do so. Okay, that's going to take us to 8.01 Policy Planning Student Success Committee. And Trustee Torres, Vice Chair McKay. Trustee Torres is chair. Thank you very much.
You have the minutes in front of you that I believe Laura must have placed. And so pretty much we just have them, Diane, just you and I? Okay, so we have the minutes. And so we met, I think it was our first official meeting now as the official Policy Planning Student Success Committee meeting. And there was this discussion in terms of what was coming our way, having a set schedule of what are some of the things we want to see, especially as we're looking at the policies in terms of equity. We talked about the 2 years that we have in order to look at all of the policies, and we really want to take our time to really do it from that equity lens. So we're appreciative. I believe we're going to be having someone from the DEI ad hoc committee, or not ad hoc committee, but task force, who's also going to be, I believe, joining our policy meetings also every month to be able to just also offer input. And from that, it's starting to engage the conversation of what that's going to look like through all of our policies, because there's very many of them that we have to look through. We made a commitment to ensure that meetings are taking place every month and that we don't skip a meeting, because given the fact that we decided to extend a 2-year process to look at all of our policies. So we want to make sure that we're being consistent with it. Every single member just really contributes to really working together. So this last meeting was really nice in terms of being able to look at what board policies we need to look at and what language we need to add in order so we have the board policy and the AP moving almost together at the same time. So that was really nice to get some ideas of how we can streamline the process and make it more collaborative. So we can be as a board level, we're looking at our policy, and at the same time we have the APs also moving through some of the participatory governance process, and they're listening to us as the APs are going through the process. So so we're kind of streamlining it so it's more equitable, and we're communicating with each other. So this first meeting was really productive. And so we're still establishing a little bit more of how it's going to look like. One of the things we talked about was also the importance of our professional development as DEI as a board. I'd like to know a little bit more where that's going. I know later we're going to talk about a professional development plan. And I am also hoping that there's an update in terms of the DEI professional development for the board, because we did have someone present at our board meeting. We did approve it. And I'm interested in seeing some information in terms of how that's going to look like. So as a board, we committed to DEI professional development to look at implicit bias, to go into that work. And I know before us on 17.01 item, we're looking at a particular professional development. And I'm going to reserve my comments because I have many questions and concerns. in terms of how the process was done. So, but we did talk about it in terms of in the policy committee, in terms of that process and our own professional development and DEI as the board. Anything else that I might have missed, Vice Chair McKay?
About having a study discussion on the major initiative and should there be a policy in place to, so that there is a process for it to come to us. So that's on our docket to come.
So one of the things that we discussed was that in reading the narrative of the budget allocation model, it was very evident that it was based on equity. So as you read the narrative, so whatever the intent was, but when you're looking at the actual document itself, you definitely get the clear impression that it was reserved in case of looking in terms of what did the district need. And it's a really good document if you get a chance to review it as board members, the budget allocation model, the intent. It says a lot. And so I appreciate Trustee Bettis because he's the one that actually, I remember had mentioned before in previous meetings about the major initiatives line item that we hadn't looked at. And so when you look at it, it's a beautiful item that was added and I believe it was by the committee a while back. And so that was really nice to see. So as a policy committee, we talked a little bit more about the document and wanting to do a little bit more further analysis and be of support. So it was a good meeting.
Sounds like a lot of multitasking. That's great. I guess hearing your comments as chair of that committee, can we get some board consensus that we can get an update on our DEI work? Because I think it really goes well with our search for a new chancellor, how urgent that work is. So Chancellor Gillespie, can you please provide the board by hopefully the end of this week with sort of a timeline of our DEI work and what we've committed to and approved? And I know calendars are getting busy, but if you could provide that to the board so we can at least kind of prepare and know what we have and we can, speaking of multitask in a sense for our search of a new chancellor to make sure that we're achieving what we need to do on the DEI lens.
Yeah, I'd be able to do it by the end of next week, not this week, just because I'll be at the ACT conference. And I know Laura Brower is in contact with Ted to be working on scheduling there. We're trying to find their availability and then we'll check with the board's availability after that.
Sounds like a great plan to me. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Trustee Torres, Vice Chair McKay. Next is admin services, which did not meet, but we look forward to the meeting. And that's going to take us to our approval of a consent calendar, which there are some items that we'll need to be pulling. But before we do that, looking at the clock, if it's okay, we'll take a 5-6 minute break. I've gotten a message that we need to do that. So let's do that. And thank you for your patience. And we'll see you in 5-6 minutes.
Chocolate or it's first. Wait, I still wait, did you want something? Okay. No, like I don't get sleep anyway, so it's like whatever. Yeah. Thank you for the shout out. And also, I don't think I got the chance to like reply to your email. Thanking me. I don't know. Just like I don't know. It's like midterms, like it's chaotic, but I don't know. Thank you for like taking the time to like send that to me. I'm so sorry. Like I didn't reply. It feels like really messed up. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right, everybody. Nice to see you all. I seem to get somehow during break, I got chocolate all over my hands, and I don't know what it is. The later these meetings go, the better the coffee tastes. So thank you for having the coffee. It makes all the world of difference. And we're moving right along. We're in the nines, and it's still in the 9 o'clock hour. So we're on. Sorry, got my mask back on. Apologize for that. Approval of the consent calendar, and I believe we have some items that have been asked to be pulled. So Trustee Perez and Trustee Torres as well.
Chair, just to be clear procedurally, I'll pull item 1404.
Okay, thank you. 14.04. Yeah, I had some questions on that as well. And Vice Chair and myself, along with the Chancellor, will have to address some of those in the determination of when that will come back on the agenda. There are definitely some concerns there. Trustee Torres and then Vice Chair McKay.
Well, I'm glad Trustee Bettis pulled this procedural 14.04 because I also had some concerns and questions. But I also want to pull 10.02, the minutes from the September 14th meeting.
And Vice Chair McKay.
I have to pull 12.02. Just, I don't have anything to talk about. It's just I can't vote on it because I have customers on that list. Just to be extremely careful and an abundance of caution.
Abundance of caution. Okay,
I'll just excuse myself from the vote or pull it, whichever has to happen.
Okay, so I believe that then will take us to, do we vote on the items that have not been pulled and then address the ones? Okay, so I would love a motion for the items, all items except for 10.02 and 12.02 and 14.04.
Second.
Okay. Trustee Rodriguez, student advisory vote, or I vote yes. You vote yes. Thank you for that vote. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. That's going to take us to Trustee Torres 10.02.
Yeah, mine's really simple. If we look at the minutes, so for me, it's on page 154. Trustee Torres stating the following. This was a discussion about the Oxnard College proposal. And I just wanted to be.
Tell me which page of the minutes it's on, because I have a different. Okay, thanks.
Oh, thanks, Josh. So I just wanted it to be added because I'm actually the one who made the recommendation for the proposal to move through the participatory governance process. So if that can be added, because that's missing on what I stated. So if it can be added at the very end, Trustee Torres recommended for the Oxnard College proposal to go through the participatory governance process. Because the way it's stated for Trustee Bettis, it's making it seem as he recommended it, but he supported my recommendation because I spoke before he did. So I just wanted to make sure that was stated clearly as it happened in last month's meeting.
Okay, so hearing that, we can make those adjustments and bring that back to our next meeting. Is that the appropriate way to address a minute change?
Sure.
Okay, all right. So we'll pull that item for the time being. Thank you for that clarification, Trustee Torres. And we will now, so are you going to recuse yourself for 12 point?
I don't have to leave.
You don't have to leave.
No.
Okay, but you will not vote. Is that in the app? Are you going to abstain or just no vote at all?
Just
This
no
first, no vote. Okay. So is there a motion?
Move approval.
Okay, a second? Okay, we have a second. And Trustee Rodriguez? Aye. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So just for roll call clarification, We were all aye, except for trustee McKay, who did not vote. Okay. And that's going to take us to 14.04, which was pulled. So that'll return at a later date.
Yes, Chair, I do want to just take the opportunity to make a comment in response to some of the public comments that I had offered some suggested language to the Chancellor, and he has given it to Vice Chancellor Barroso. So I'm glad it'll be coming back anyway. But the main point was that the BP should have direct reference to diversity, equity, and inclusion, so that that would then drive the activities through the AP. So that was it.
I appreciate that clarification. My concern as well was hearing from public comment was we're working simultaneously on the EEO plan, and it sounds like we're getting close to the finish line on that work. And I was informed that we will then, if we were hypothetically to approve this item tonight, we would then have to return this item once the EEO plan is completed to revisit it again. So to me, it makes a lot of sense. I don't want to get ahead because we've pulled it, but that gave me some things to think about on placement on the agenda for this item. So I just wanted to clarify that and mention that I heard that loud and clear. Okay. I think that's going to take us to 15.01, which at this point in time, speaking of recusing, I'm going to recuse myself and I'm going to hand the gavel over to Vice Chair McKay, and I'm going to leave the room because this item does connect to me.
Okay, so I assume you've all read the content of this. That there is a provision in education code that would allow our board, if we so choose, to reimburse Oxnard Union High School District for the cost of a substitute for Chair Chancellor to attend, in this case, the ACCT conference next week. And so it's legal for us to do this. It is not required. And so with that, we can open it up for questions for Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah, and just to make the board aware, is the request is for 3 days for the ACCT conference, and the reimbursement is not to exceed $250 a day for the substitute. And under statute, it's to be utilized for leave to be able to attend official meetings of the board. And those are like meetings like this, but the board can also then determine whether or not activities or events other than our mandatory meetings can be approved for this coverage. So if you'd consider the attendance to the ACCT as being authorized or requested by the board to attend, then you'd want to approve it.
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm in agreement of supporting it. If we have a trustee who isn't able to make it to our regular meeting, we vote and they get their stipend for the month because they weren't able to make it. And I think being equitable, if it's for professional development for a board member to be able to really grow and to be able to be much more effective in their policy-making decisions and being able to really do the good work of a board of trustee, we're always encouraging professional development when people are able to really have the time to go. And if we have a trustee who's interested in attending, I see no harm. It's education code because it's education code. It's something that we're able to do. I'm happy to be able to support it, support someone's growth, to be able to really be much more effective in doing the work as a trustee. So I would hate to be able to say no. I can say at the K-12s, they do need to have a substitute if they're a teacher to be able to be there. And so it's by law, it's okay. So we're not doing anything illegal. I think if we are going to be supportive, if a trustee isn't able to make it, they still get their monthly stipend for a professional conference. I think it would be okay. So I'm all for growth, and so I'm happy to support us being able to compensate Oxnard Union High School District for it would be for, what would it be, like about $700?
$750.
$750, so I feel it's okay.
And just to clarify, this is something that's only available to teachers, like apparently by ed code, not even a K-12 employee like you. So it's just like the way you said that, it's not, and not any board member, this is just a special, okay.
Classified staff also,
Does it?
but not administrators. So it would be K-12 classified or faculty, teachers.
Okay, so it's still not you.
Don't, but I think if for him, Josh is in the classroom, he needs to have a teacher take over if he's not going to be there. So you do need to have a substitute teacher for a teacher if they're not able to be there. So it's a very different situation for me as an administrator. So it's hard for me to get away for conferences. I wish I had the time. Admin in the room probably can relate to. It's difficult to actually, as an administrator, to get away to go to attend some of the conferences you would like to. So I'm in support.
Well, as much as I considered having fun with this item at Chair Chancellor's expense, but he's out of the room now, so what's the
What fun is
point?
that?
But I think the rules governing board member absence are different than this particular ed code. But as far as activities of the board, professional development, I think certainly falls within that realm. And I would move to approve this.
Is there a second?
I want to ask a question. What would happen if we didn't approve this? Would the district just not be paid, or would the individual have to use like vacation days?
He would have to use vacation days to go.
Okay.
And just to, as a matter of fact, that if he couldn't go, I think probably the cancellation that we would pay to ACCT would probably be more than the $750 or somewhere around the same amount. So if he wasn't able to go because of that. So okay, so with that, we'll call for the vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Bring him back. You get to go.
Okay. Thought I was in a vacation bubble back there for a minute. So
We made it go pretty quick.
oh, good. Okay. So that's going to take us to 15.02 COVID response update 2020-21. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, thank you. And if could have the presentation put up on the screen, please. That'll help as we go through the information. So again, as has happened throughout the pandemic, there's always been a number of items to update the board on regarding our COVID-19 response. If we move to the next slide, this slide just summarizes again where we're currently at. And we've seen this before, so I won't spend any time here and move right to the next slide, which does discuss in more detail the COVID-19 vaccination mandate for students. And when you look here, you notice that with our vaccine mandate, we were going to be implementing the mandate beginning October 15th, 2021. So that would be this Friday. With the initial implementation date as of October 15th, 2021, only vaccinated employees and vaccinated students would be able to be in person at any of our district locations. Now, an exception has been communicated out for the rest of this semester. So the colleges and the district are now temporarily allowing unvaccinated students currently registered at in-person classes to continue by completing in twice weekly COVID-19 testing at the colleges. So unvaccinated students or vaccination unverified students will not be automatically dropped from their classes on October 15th. They'll be able to complete. And there's one main reason that that decision was made and it's being implemented. And it's really just based on data that we have on vaccination rates for our students. I mean, why are we here? We're here to serve our students. We're here to help them complete. No one wants to administratively drop 25 to 30% of our students right now. I wish that an exception wouldn't have been needed and that we'd had the higher vaccination rates among the students in line with the mandate that was passed by the board, and to support the efforts of maintaining increasing vaccination rates to support the public health initiatives to really help with reducing and controlling the pandemic. So I think it was a prudent decision that was made to allow the students to continue. However, along with that information that there's an exception, all students are being clearly communicated with that the start of spring semester, the mandate will be fully implemented. And if you're an employee, you need to be vaccinated, verified vaccinated. If you're a student taking any in-person classes, coming to campus for in-person services, you'll need to be vaccinated and have that verified for spring semester. So the registration process for spring semester will be starting here soon. Any student who knows they're going to be unvaccinated, we still want to serve you. We want to serve anybody who wants to access our colleges. However, if you're an unvaccinated student, you'll need to register for online classes, and we look forward to serving you that way. If you're a fully vaccinated and verified student, please register for in-person, hybrid, or online, whatever your preference is. As we also look, I do want to mention that on the student perspective for the rest of this semester, vaccinated, verified students do not need to do the twice weekly testing. Unvaccinated students will be required to do twice weekly testing, as well as unvaccinated or unverified vaccinated employees. On the student side, even if you're taking all online classes, but you're wanting to come to the colleges for an in-person counseling appointment, to go to the library, to be on campus for any services, you will need to participate in the weekly testing and make sure you have a negative test result there to be approved to be coming onto campus. So when we get to next week, that'll be the first week of the required twice a week testing. And the colleges are finalizing all the efforts about the days that the testing will be happening at the campuses and getting all of that information out to students. There were some comments about, well, there's a testing option now, and why can't that just be extended? One reason is just the capacity it takes for us to even handle the testing and tracing and recording of all the work for the students we have this semester. And right now, we have anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 students at the campuses. And fortunately, about 70%, 65 to 70% are vaccinated, but those that aren't will be testing. And it's going to be a big strain on the colleges through the rest of the semester, just handling that. but they're gearing up to do it. We're getting consultants to help also with additional contact tracing. In the spring, we're actually hoping to be more in the 5,000, 7,000 students per day at the colleges with in-person classes. We're increasing significantly. And really, the practical way to handle those numbers is to have them be vaccinated students. Just again, when we look at the logistics around the testing. I mean, we're looking forward to the time when the pandemic settles down, if we can get to a herd immunity situation and everybody can just be back, but we're not there yet. We won't be there for spring. Our priority all along has been, let's do what it takes to prevent COVID-19 transmission at our campuses, and let's do what it takes to bring in-person opportunities back, because we have students who would like to have that in-person opportunity, and it's critical for some of our disciplines. You've heard it, a lot of the sciences with labs, with math, a number of classes in the visual and performing arts need to be in person. And to do that in the most safest manner possible, the vaccine mandate's in place to help that happen. So, you know, the good news around what we've seen since the last board meeting and this board meeting is we have had a significant increase in the number of vaccinated students, and that's a good thing. And we hope that that continues through the rest of the semester. We've also had increasing numbers of employees that have been vaccinated. We're close to at about 80% with employees being vaccinated. And if we move to the next slide and we talk a little bit about the vaccine mandate for employees, you know, we've had a team working with both of the unions, AFT and SEIU, to really talk about the working conditions associated with the vaccine mandate. And I'm glad that we're close to getting all those details worked out. But what we have in place with employees is, as with students, unvaccinated or unvaccinated verified employees will have the twice weekly testing. However, communications have gone out already that if you're a faculty member, no spring assignment is being provided if you're not vaccinated or verified vaccinated there. So that's going into effect here once we get past October 15th. And they'd have no assignment then for spring semester unless they do get vaccinated. Classified employees, again, if they're not verified as vaccinated, would be on unpaid leave there beginning spring semester. And we've sent notices to many managers or administrators that, again, they wouldn't be employed after January 1st if they're not verified vaccinated. So we're taking the mandate seriously, taking the steps to do that. But while we're implementing that, we're here to serve all of our students, whether you're vaccinated or not. There'll be classes available for you. If we go to the next slide, this is just COVID operations and safety. Again, really want to thank the college teams for all of the work around the pre-screening, the contact tracing. I think all of that has taken more time, more effort, more capacity than we thought it would, but the Student Health Center folks and others throughout the colleges have really pulled together and put in a lot of hours to get that in place and working. And we've also been able to use student workers as part of the process too, which has been really helpful. I did want to make a quick comment just on the vaccination trends. If we could pull that one up, please, the next slide. And that just shows where we're at when we look at all of the colleges, the average number of screenings per day currently, and roughly how many of those being screened, and this is student and employees, are vaccinated verified. So that's continuing to increase, and that's really good. I think the steps we're taking are having a positive impact there. The last slide to just review real quick is the spring semester schedule and planning. And I think the important thing here is that all of the colleges are doing survey or have completed surveys with students to help them in their planning for their scheduling. And at the next meeting, I'm hoping we can spend a little time to have each of the colleges share those survey results and talk more directly about their plans for spring semester, because spring semester is going to be a mix of in-person, hybrid, and online, and that may vary by the colleges, but I know that for full-time faculty, they're doing their planning to have 60% of full-time instructional faculty hours being in person for spring, which is allowing increased scheduling of in-person classes. I think that provides the update for now, and we can answer any questions.
Okay. Trustees, any questions regarding spring? Trustee Rodriguez, then Vice Chair McKay, and then I have one too.
Chair Chancellor, I just wanted to ask, going forward, if we could get updates on the bookstore vouchers. I think that is an important indicator on, incentivizing students to get vaccinated. I know I cashed in mine. I got a windbreaker from Ventura College. So I think really just pushing that and continuing to market that. And then the next thing that I wanted to mention was how would this testing exception affect the different resources on campus? But you answered that during your report. Students would still be able to go on campus. They would just need to do a test. The other thing that I wanted to ask was if there was a guidebook or manual with regards to some of the things that you outlined with regards to the testing and the differences between students and faculty.
Yeah, I think that we'll definitely want to have written information available on the website. So I know Patty will be working with that and supporting the colleges and their own information that they're providing to their students and employees. So yeah, that's real critical, and we want to do that.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair McKay.
I'm not very sorry. I just wanted to note that I hope that as students begin to enroll for spring semester, that our course catalog has I don't want to call it like a warning or an announcement, just to remind students about the fact that if they're not fully vaccinated, they shouldn't be taking on-campus. Shouldn't be signing up for on-classes campus. So I hope that the colleges and the people in charge of that are able to advertise that through the course catalog. And the other thing.
Yeah, thanks, Trustee Rodriguez, because that's a really important point. We can't communicate that enough, I think.
The last thing that I wanted to ask was just a clarification. So are faculty not being a part of the testing option? So is that only for students?
No, that's for unvaccinated employees as well, because again, we didn't want to disrupt and have students not have their instructor for the rest of the semester.
All right, thank you. That was all of my comments. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair McKay.
So
they're going to be testing, a couple of days a week at each college, which I think is going to be a monumental task. Hats off to you, whoever has to do that. So if a student, they need to be tested twice a week and they're not on campus one of the testing days, will you accept an urgent care test result, or does it have to be done on campus?
Dave, I know that's something they're still working all those details out.
Okay.
So yes, those details are being worked out. There's some testing organizations that are going to be on site. One has already been on site for athletics, but we're working through those details, and certainly there should be options in case somebody can't make it to campus for a week. So, and the group that's working that out is health center coordinators, vice presidents of business, some fiscal folks.
So they'll look
And a
at
variety
like
of people.
those home testing kits and all of those things that
it-
are now available
it-
and make a decision on whether they count.
It needs to be PCR test, and,
Okay.
and then there's a cost issue that has to be, we're still working through those details because all the testing companies that are on site, it's no cost to employees and or students. But if folks are buying them from CVS or wherever, then that's a different issue that still has to be dealt with. But yes, we want to make it as easy as possible, but also according to the requirements that have been laid out. So
Yeah, I guess-
we've been meeting every 2 days, probably for, a couple of hours at a time, getting through this for the last couple of weeks.
I guess I'm somewhat disappointed. I mean, I guess I'm glad the numbers are increasing, but I'm still surprised that they are so low. Looking at, 60% at Oxnard College verified is frightening. That 40%, might not be returning to campus just when we're trying to, consider beefing up classes there. Ventura College, same thing. I know I did a very long interview with the students, but I guess I don't understand it. They went through K-12. They had vaccinations when they were kids. This is just another, people get the flu vaccine. This is just kind of another one. So I guess I'm curious if there's just sort of and maybe this is just to you, Trustee Rodriguez, what is the students' reason that they are so reticent to get this vaccine? If you don't know, it's okay. For me, it's just such a curious thing. I have 4 kids that aren't that old. I mean, they're young adults, and they were so anxious. One of them drove to Santa Maria to get it. One other one drove almost to Bakersfield to get it. So I'm just surprised.
A majority of our students and faculty are receiving the vaccine. I think that there's just some confusion with regards to the information surrounding the vaccine. It has been, politicized, unfortunately, and it's difficult to get young people. A lot of them here now are on TikTok and social media where it's difficult to have that media literacy and understand what is real news and fake news. And also I think the other thing was it just slipped my mind. The other thing was maybe just not knowing the process entirely. I know we keep saying the vaccination is due, but really, I think we should continue to focus our efforts on, helping, instruct students on how to submit that, and that they also should submit it to multiple colleges where they are attending. So that was another thing that I think is important as well.
That's helpful. Yeah, I guess because I was, as I heard the Oxnard College resolution from the Academic Senate about not backing off on the date, which we did because, a whole bunch of students would be gone at the end of the week, perhaps. We don't, hard to tell. But and it does make it, I think, a little more difficult to say this one we're going to stick to no matter what. But I really want to say for myself that I want us to have a vaccinated campus. I want our faculty to feel safe. I want the people that were depending on us to do this to know that the board has a resolve to follow this through, and it might be a little hard. That's all.
Okay, I just have a quick question, and it came up in public comment, and I notice it every time I come here. When are we going to start opening the doors? And what I mean by that is the district office, and I'm hopeful not at all the colleges, but at the district office in the lobby right now, are the doors still locked? So I guess, can we just get an update on that tonight, of a plan to, I'm going to go on a limb here, but like open the doors for the community to come in.
Yeah, no, I had asked about that earlier today. I didn't realize that they were locked still, but they have been locking them. We have a receptionist here from 8 to 5 and coverage during breaks and so on, so that anybody who wants to get in the building easily can get in the building because we let them in. But I don't think there's any issue with having the doors open. So I'll discuss it tomorrow, and we'll see what we can do to make that happen.
Okay. And can you just make sure to, or Chancellor Gillespie, can you make sure to inform the board of moving forward when those doors, in fact, will be open to the public? Thank you. And the next question I have, it came up when we communicate with staff and students about something like vaccines or just like the general blast announcements via text message or email, does everyone receive those at the same time, or are they sent in different categories where students receive it and then a few hours later? And we don't need the answer now. I do think it is a worthy sort of thing to look at on the equity, not the equity, but just that people receive the message at the same time. So I think we heard that, and I don't know how accurate that statement or that concern was, but that's just I just think that's an important component. So no response needed, but I just thought I'd share that. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have asked all around. So Trustee Torres.
At the spring semester 2022 schedule and planning, how do you ensure, what processes do you have to ensure equity in terms of course offerings and the times that you're offering them so they're equitable all across so students are able to take them? How does equity look like in scheduling for each one of the colleges, or maybe it's a district wide?
It would be to the colleges
Okay.
to answer.
Okay.
So first and foremost, we, as you heard earlier, we surveyed students, Trustee Torres, so as to make sure that we get a sense of what people's interests are in terms of the mode of delivery of instruction. So we have a third of at Moorpark, and I think sister colleges are doing the same. A third of our courses are in on ground, a third are in high flex, and a third are in online, because that's what the survey suggested to us, and students have spoken. We also are looking at the course offerings in terms of varying the time of day so that we can have our students who are working and the students who are traditional age students have access. We're looking at programs where there is a need to complete and that there's a cohort of students who are going through that and trying to schedule our delivery of instruction based on their needs. We're looking at special populations of students. So looking at students in our access or our DSPS program. We're looking at students who are in our Teaching Men of Color program and making sure that we're getting feedback from them in terms of what their schedules might look like, and then building the schedules to do that work. And as always, we're consulting with our faculty and our program staff because they're listening to what students' concerns are and they're engaging with students in that work, and building schedules that are robust and that are flexible enough so that we can pivot when we need to, and building those schedules that are truly reflective of student demand.
I agree entirely with Dr. Sokanu with one caveat, and that is that we also did the online survey, but when you survey students online, it has the potential for skewing in favor of the students that are already used to taking online classes and online services. So I would just discount the results a little bit. And we've got in-person classes going from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. We are balancing with some online classes, and we're generally hewing to the chancellor's direction, and gladly so that our full-time instructors are primarily teaching 60% of their load in person and 40% online. We think that's about the right distribution.
And so very similar at Ventura College, we surveyed our students, but we actually even reached out to our students that were no longer with us and hadn't persisted. So we do have some data related to students that aren't taking online classes currently. And our students are asking for a mix of classes. I think that, a lot of them, we already know about 70% of our students work part-time or full-time, right? And they're looking for flexibility in scheduling a mix of online as well as in-person classes so that they can be able to take care of their life, their life in general, work and family, et cetera, and be able to benefit from classes on their schedule that they need. So we're trying to do that. Our department chairs, our faculty department chairs, our deans, as well as our vice president of academic affairs have spent hours and hours. It's a very thoughtful schedule. And I think that we will continue to be nimble and look at where students register, that informs us, and we open up classes based on wait lists and other signs that we get as a result. So it's going to be another interesting semester. It's never dull in education, is it?
Okay. Thank you for that question. It's an important one. You have another question? Okay, great.
I hope it works. Okay. I just also wanted to ask for clarification. There were comments surrounding the difficulty to go through the exception process, and I was just hoping that staff could give some clarification on, doors being locked and the difficulty, the lack of response from HR and staff. I was just hoping that we could get some clarification on that.
Really have any right now. I know that the exemption processes are set up for employees and students, and they've all received a number of them. We do want to get back to people in a timely manner. I mean, now those decisions need to be made prior to January because of this current exemption there, but I heard the comments as well, and as well as did everybody here. So where we can improve some process and communication, we can. And I think Vice Chancellor Barroso wants to add something.
I'll just add something very brief. Student trustee, I think one of the things is the volume of the workload has been a little more than we anticipated. And it's not decisions that we want to make lightly. And so we look at the review, we look at the documentation that's provided, we're doing a comparison, we're making some calls. We have a lot of information that we have to sort through. So I think the timing of it isn't going as quickly as we had hoped, but we are trying to be as responsive as possible, and we'll do better to do that.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate the response. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So that's going to take us to 15.03, discussion RFP search firms hiring chancellor. So a little background there. We had a very unofficial subcommittee. Trustee Mantooth and myself met to kind of lay out some different scenarios to bring back to the full board. And one of the conclusions, many options that we sort of came together on was the probable need of an RFP for a search firm to help guide us through this process and to not just help us hire a chancellor, but to do it with a lot of input and a lot of or just that input into the different priorities, both inside and outside of the district. So just wanted to open it up and see if there was a consensus and support to put an RFP out for search firms. And timeline wise, what we're looking at is about a week and a half for the RFP to go out. Once we would get hopefully a robust response from various search firm consultant groups, there would be most likely Vice Chair McKay and myself, since Trustee Mantooth is out of the country, to potentially narrow that list down with some discussion from other trustees, and then to have an interview process in public as a special meeting. And that will be an opportunity for those various search firm consultant groups to really sell us on the services that they would be providing to us, to make sure that our next chancellor is to meet the needs of our strategic goals and our community goals and that direction. So I don't know if I missed anything, but I guess my question to you all is if you are in support of a search firm guiding us and participating and working with us on hiring a new chancellor. Trustee Perez. All right. We'll take a yes. Okay. Trustee Torres.
Yes, I also was wondering, because this is such an important position, I would like to also take a look at all of the different firms. And I know that you're so kind, along with Trustee McKay, to want to narrow that list. But I think for myself, I'd like to see all of the search, just because it's such an important hire, that I want to make sure that I looked at all of them and also have an opportunity to contribute of who I think would be the best one to come in to be considered for an interview. Otherwise, I'm going to go back to when we were trying to look for legal counsel, that I didn't have an opportunity to see all of them. And because this is such an important hire for all 5 of us, I think it would be good for any of us that are interested to want to look at all of the firms, to have the opportunity. If there's one that says, I don't have the time and I'm okay with just 2 or 3, and I'll just, sit in for the interviews, and that's okay too, but at least leave the opportunity to all 5 trustees who would like to be in the process since the beginning. And I would be one that I would love to just be able to look at all of the applications that come in through the RFP.
So on that note, I guess I have a Brown Act question. Is I'm going to throw out a hypothetical. Let's say we get 20 and we would be receiving most likely packets and paper. Can all trustees look at those packets of paper and rate those on their own? And can we score a rubric like through a Google form and then take the top, whatever number the trustees? Are we allowed to do that outside of a public meeting? That's my Brown Act question.
Legal clarification.
Okay.
I'm okay if Trustee Torres and you want to narrow them down. I think that it's my only concern with that is that neither one of you have actually been through a chancellor search before. And so I think, that was why I thought it was good, because I've done a couple and Trustee Perez has done a couple. And so a fresh pair of eyes and, a seasoned pair of eyes. I can say that, I'm hoping for looks like we're looking for a firm that's going to offer a little bit greater breadth of services than what we have needed or asked for in the past. And so I'm hoping that we'll get a different cast of characters than just the usual suspects, just to have some maybe a different look at it this time.
Point of clarification, when you say cast of characters, you're referring to not search firms, but of candidates for.
Actually, a little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
A little bit
Okay.
of both. That you see, the last couple of searches that we've done, I could actually watch the candidates that were coming to us at their public forums at other districts on their way to us, which just means they were interviewing everywhere. And I don't know, I guess my hope is that there'll be some people that just want to come here.
Correct. Okay. So maybe the first step we'll do is we'll have the RFP go out. And
Of the Brown Act, if we're able to do that, that would be great. And if not, I agree. I think we need to have a balance of new eyes and somebody who's also been on the board before that has that experience, because it's an important position. So if for some reason, not all of us would be able to review all of the applicants prior or the applications, and I'm happy to just let it be you and Trustee McKay. But if I'm able to look at him, I'd be happy to do so.
And I'm happy to spread the wealth as well. So I think a first step will be to put the RFP out, see how many we receive, and maybe it's a reasonable number of search firms. And we can just move right into all the ones that we receive and go through an interview process at a special meeting. If we receive a large number, then yeah, we can narrow it down and we can work through myself as chair to appoint either a subcommittee or talk to our legal counsel to see if we can do a Google form or some sort of survey of rating them through a rubric.
Are we going to at least ask staff to take out those that are not responsive? You know, there's often we put out an RFP and they're just people put a proposal in that's not responsive to what we asked for. Are we going to at least have those taken out, or are we going to, you know, because that's just something staff can do to make so that we're not going through documents that are we're non-responsive and they have the experience to do that. Dr. El-Fattal, is that?
I just was going to ask. First of all, I don't believe there are all that many search firms that do executive search for colleges or education. I think there's a handful of them. Maybe there's 10 or 12, you know, nationwide that do it all the time, and there's a handful that specialize in California. What I was going to ask, please, if you know the names of any, we have the list. We've done this before at this district, so I don't know that there's search firm names that we're not aware of. But if you happen to know of any and you want to email the chancellor, he'll get it to me so that we can at least do that. And then also, I will ask. We'll work with HR and our purchasing folks that have done this for college presidents and for chancellor and vice chancellor and so on. We can provide, depending on the quick turnaround, before we send it out, maybe we'd like the chair or Stan Mantooth and or you or somebody to glance at it before we send it out. If that's your preference, we can do that. That's not normally what we would do, but we're happy to do that.
Yes, in this case, I think it'd be helpful for the full board to see the RFP before it goes out.
And then I think.
Whoa, and that's going to get done in a week. I mean, Stan's not going to be back, so the full board can't see it. So I just thought to get it out, to have the RFP out in place in a week. That's a quick turnaround. So
No, I'm sorry. Before we submit the RFP for all trustees to make sure that the RFP language of so I guess the message that what we'll be seeking in the RFP.
Okay, I just don't think Trustee Mantooth will be back.
That's fine. Yeah, and hopefully he can do it electronically. Just check it out.
So and I'm sorry, Trustee Chancellor.
It's okay.
So we have a document that we can fine tune if necessary and have it ready to go, you know, within the 7 to 10 days.
Okay.
But what I had commented or asked for, if the chair and or two board members want to look at it before we get it out to the public for responses.
That's what
I wasn't suggesting the full board to look at it, but if we can at least have one or two of you look at it to be comfortable with what's going to go out. And I think all the firms, they certainly understand DEI as a nationwide topic and has been for the last few years in particular. And I think they're all going to be wanting to do the most comprehensive search for the position. But if we can get something to the chair and or vice chair, however that plays out, if you communicate to the chancellor or let us know, we'll get it done pretty quickly.
Okay. And I would just add our assurances as a board, and I think I can speak for the full board, that this will be an inclusive process that will really seek out input and inclusion from the very different constituent groups, both inside the district and out, because this really will be a leader within the community. So not just the community colleges, but within the community. And we're definitely prioritizing that. So appreciate that. Okay. So we're good on direction from the board for that, Chancellor Gillespie?
Hold on. I just want to ask a question. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, this is like a best practice, right? That, you know, to hire a firm to handle all this.
99% of the time,
right?
For this position, for the chancellor position.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that question. So that's going to take us to 15.04, Chancellor update on governance review of Oxnard College proposal and major initiatives line item funding. I do have something to read, and this comes from Chancellor Gillespie. In the back of the room, it was requested by myself for the trustees to, as a best practice and a general practice when we're discussing something, like in the title, the review of the Oxnard College proposal, to have that proposal at hand, to make reference to it, to see it. And specifically, we have a new trustee, so it seemed very appropriate. But I'm going to read something from Chancellor Gillespie that was placed in front of me and asked to be read. These are copies of a draft proposal from Oxnard College requesting $1.5 million from the Ventura County Community College District reserves to fund additional class sections and establishment of a satellite location in the El Rio area. This is referenced in agenda item 15.04. Contrary to Chancellor guidance and preference, the Ventura County Community College District Board of Trustees Chair, me, directed that the copies be provided to the trustee, which also requires them to be available to those in the audience who wish to refer to the document. Agenda item 15.04 is specific to an update and discussion regarding the status of the governance review process. Proposal details are not on the agenda for review and discussion. The proposal is a draft and is currently progressing through governance review and may or may not be recommended for approval to the board. The proposal may also be modified depending on discussion during governance review. Chancellor Gillespie. So I want to make sure as we practice good governance to read that out loud. And I will now turn it over to Chancellor Gillespie.
So within item 1504, the review of the proposal is starting to progress through the governance processes and really requested it to go through 2 committees initially. One of the committees is the District Council on Administrative Services, DCAS. And as is highlighted in the board item, that committee is going to actually provide recommendations on 2 areas. One of the areas is the Oxnard College proposal, and the other is on funding a major initiatives line item. So on October 21st, DCAS will meet. President Sanchez will have the opportunity to discuss the proposal with those team members. The other college presidents will be there to share their input. And what we're asking for DCAS is a recommendation to address the funding request. So, you know, Oxnard College is asking for $1.5 million. And one of the questions that we really need DCAS to address for us is to assess the justification of the actual need for reserve dollars or dollars from the other colleges through pulling out of the allocation model in order to fund the project. Because again, as a district right now, we do have a considerable number of resources available, both with HERF funds, with college operating dollars, as well as college reserves in the 113 and 114 accounts. So we do want to just make sure that DCAS would agree to recommend to funding this out of reserves as the proposals requested. The other committee, and this will be on October 22nd, that'll be looking at the Oxnard College proposal as the District Council on Enrollment Management. And they'll really be looking to determine the feasibility of the proposal and alignment with enrollment management growth strategies to help build new district enrollments. So that's looking at the Oxnard College proposal and having it go through governance review. Once we have a recommendation from those committees, which may take 2 meetings, it may, you know, I can't say that in 1 meeting that discussion will be done because they have a lot of other things on their agendas as well. And we want it to be a thoughtful process there. And once they have a recommendation, that comes to Chancellor's Cabinet, that goes to Consultation Council, and then If there's an item to bring to the board, it comes forward there. Before I talk about the major initiatives line item, and I want to talk about the Oxnard College proposal a little bit because President Sanchez did address it with the board during his report. And I appreciate that President Sanchez talked about his background in enrollment management as working as a chief instructional officer or vice president of instruction, as well as other background. And we're fortunate as a district to have that expertise throughout our colleges and the district. President Sokanu, he'd served as vice president there with instruction at Moore Park College and the dean at Moore Park. President Hoffman's academic dean there at Moore Park College, vice president of instruction at Ventura College. Dr. Herrera with our institutional effectiveness vice chancellor has a strong background in planning and enrollment management. And Oxnard College, and is emphasized by President Sanchez, is really interested to grow enrollment. Dr. Sokanu is interested in growing enrollment. President Hoffman is wanting to grow enrollment. The Enrollment Management Committee exists to have the conversations to grow enrollment district-wide. My background is serving as vice president for business services, serving as vice president for instruction, serving as president. At all of our meetings, one of our priority things we're talking about is our enrollment, growing enrollment, and doing that creatively. And the proposal that Oxnard College has come up with, I'm glad that there's the opportunity to have it vetted and discussed. I don't know what the result of that discussion is going to be. We'll see, because what I hope comes out from the discussion is, what do we need to do if we need to pull any money from reserves right now, or if we need to fund the major initiatives line item now? What do we do that is going to grow enrollments and help us serve students that need increased access? And that's what this discussion needs to be. The way that this is rolled out has been very adversarial. It's been very controversial in the way in which that has happened. And I'm here to say that we've really worked hard to be an effective, close team that is looking to help provide increased opportunities for students and help us grow enrollments, because we need that to be financially sustainable. And each one here is passionate about their colleges, and that's a good thing. But you know, we also know there's a give and take and a working together, so that if we're coming to the board and asking for money, it's been talked about at cabinet, it's been vetted through, and we're behind that recommendation. That didn't happen with this. Things got way ahead of where we were at. Things are on a better track now. And I think we've had the conversations that we all want to be working to come up with a recommendation that's meaningful and to be supporting the enrollment growth that needs to happen. So the second part of the discussions at DCAS and at the Enrollment Management Committee is funding of the major initiatives line item. Trustee Perez and McKay, and I think Trustee McKay talked about what that was initially created for, and that it could be used for something different. But I do need DCAS to provide a recommendation do they want to have that major initiatives line item funded right now? Do they want to fund it out of one-time dollars reserves? Do they want to start funding it by pulling money off the top along with other district-wide services? Because everybody here would like to have opportunity to access some funds for innovation. I mean, that's not a question, but I also know that there's a lot of money to be spent right now, and is now the right time to be doing that. That's what they'll be talking about. Then I really need the Enrollment Management Committee to provide a recommendation around what will be the criteria for accessing major initiatives funding, and do we want it to be prioritized around enrollment growth, student access and success, eliminating equity gaps, and what would that look like? So there's quite a bit of work to be done, and I would say that December is probably a more reasonable time to be able to expect recommendations to allow for at least one and hopefully two meetings to occur. And then we'll see where things are at that point in time. You asked about having President Sanchez provide a presentation to the board on the details of the proposal. I don't think we'll be ready next month because it's being discussed and vetted through the committees, and it may look different when it comes forward, or something else may be the recommendation that comes forward. So I'm just trying to set the appropriate expectations here and to let the board know that all of us across the district know the challenge we're at with enrollment right now. We're down significantly in our FTES and our numbers of students. And the Oxnard proposal may be one thing that helps build that back. There may be some things that Moore Park and Ventura that they want to do, that they need some money from reserves to build it back. I don't know. Or the discussion may be, we don't need the reserves now, but here's what we're going to do together. But I appreciate the board's understanding and patience as we work through the governance review processes so that we bring a unified recommendation forward to the extent that we can.
Well, thank you for that primer to a discussion, perhaps. I didn't actually think we were going to get into that detailed of the plan itself. My questions, and I'll of course hand it off to my colleagues on the board to ask theirs first, but my questions really centered more around the procedures of where we are now and moving forward rather than the details and validity of the plan. One thing though, before I hand it off to my colleagues on the board, is a confusion point I have is I interpret this plan not just in response to enrollment and the enrollment crisis. I really interpret it as what's described in the plan as that's an investment will empower Oxnard College to offer easier and more equitable access to high demand sections across our diverse service area. So again, I guess the confusion point I have here is sometimes we say, well, it's just an enrollment plan. Sometimes we say it's something else. So, but I think it's a little premature to discuss that component right now. And I guess my only ask to my colleagues on the board is to really center their questions on some of the procedures moving forward, and to really have, and I'd like to hear from Oxnard College and from Moore Park and Ventura too, on the timeline component, because I don't know, I just have some questions on what's going to be the cost if we delay it to December. So I'd like to kind of get some very clear results of, well, if we bring it back in November, here's what can happen or can't happen. And here's the cost if we wait to December and when I say cost, I mean the impacts on students and of course staff and faculty too, to potentially implement this plan. So, but I do have some questions, but I'm going to be as patient as I can. So Trustee Rodriguez, I know first meeting here, but and not to put you in the hot seat, but
He's ready.
I think you're more than ready. So I don't know if you have any questions or how familiar you are with the plan, but and procedures, but we'd love to hear what you have to say.
I am familiar with the plan. I've attended, the meetings, but I was on the other side of the dais, so I'm familiar. And I won't try and really discuss, what's in the plan because that's not what we're asked to do tonight. I kind of just want clarification with regards to, so we're being asked for guidance with regards to two separate issues. There's the Oxnard issue and the major initiatives issue, right? And would this, the recommendations and the guidance that we're providing tonight with procedures for this specific major initiatives, that would also be used for future major initiatives going forward, or is that solely for this project?
Rodriguez, so the chancellor has prescribed the process. There was no existing process, as I pointed out. There wasn't a shared governance process to define the process. It was the chancellor's prescription. And so I would assume that the chancellor would determine that issue. But it sounds to me like it would be, he's proposing it as a process indefinitely.
Is that, President Sanchez is his
I think that's something that will be part of the recommendation from DCAS and the Enrollment Management Committee group. That's open for now. But one thing that will get answered for sure is, the status of the Oxnard College proposal. But I think the intent is to look at how do we fund some dollars for focused innovation in these particular areas in the long term.
And I just, if I may add, would say, yes, we would like to put some, from my perspective, as co-chair of that committee, put something together that is clearly understood and robust for all future initiatives, whatever they may or may not be, whether they come forward or don't come forward.
Okay, thank you for that. And this isn't a question on, this is a clarifying question, so I don't mean to jump ahead of everybody, but can you explain what DCAS stands for, just for everybody in the audience, because we're in education, we're using all these acronyms. And can you mention who's on that committee, and then also who's on the enrollment committee, management committee that you described?
DCAS is district-wide council or district council on administrative services. So it's another way of thinking about it is it's a district-wide budget committee, which has responsibility for how funds get allocated to the campuses and to the district office and et cetera. So who's on that committee? I don't have it off the top of my head, but 3 academic senate presidents, AFT is represented, the SEIU is represented, classified senate is represented, fiscal is represented. I'm probably missing a few folks, but it's a participatory governance group that covers the spectrum of stakeholders.
Is the business service vice president?
Yeah, yes, correct, yes.
Chair, I also just want to state that on 3.04, the chancellor's recommendations to the agenda, all of the different administrative decision-making bodies are on there, and the DCAS and the District Technical Review Group, the enrollment management, they're also on there. So you could see who are the members of the committee.
Thank you for that clarification. All right. Okay. So questions, Trustee Torres.
There, you notice there's not a student representative. So that was one of the points I was going to make up, because I did look at the committee members, and it'd be great to be able to have a student representative sit on those committees.
We keep begging for them, by the way.
Do you?
Yes.
How come you don't have one?
Their schedules and other issues.
Okay. Okay,
if I could just make a comment really briefly, I just want to say that students are stretched a little thin, and it is difficult to get participation on these different committees. And Patty Blair has also expressed that concern to me with regards to Consultation Council, and I think associated student members for the colleges there. I know Oxnard College for sure. They each are assigned to several committees in the college. The district does not have that. I think that is, something, a concern that I have as well. Possibly, trying to form a student group for the district the same way that, the district classified staff has, a group, a body, and possibly having our own set of students from the 3 colleges to serve on these different committees could help fill in and provide that student perspective on all of these committees. But I know that's for a future, that is for a future agenda item. So
I just wanted to reiterate what I said in the last meeting. I have faith and trust in our participatory governance and justice. And I say justice because this Oxnard College proposal is really being placed at really hands of justice being carried through. And I say that because it was a response that was brought forward towards the need. It's never been done before. And it came forward to us out of a call that as a board we made to our 3 colleges. There's one that responded, and we're now setting protocols and procedures after the fact. And so as we're setting them up, just being careful that we're not creating systemic barriers so it doesn't go through. And it's placed in a very difficult place at this time. I know that it's a beautiful response. I'm so looking forward, President Sanchez, to be able to speak next month, because he will be able to really carry the true vision, the mission of the beautiful response to simply answer to a need of enrollment with a beautiful, pure intent. And both of these committees are having to now listen to all this information, listen to clear positions of people where they stand with the proposal, and the transparency or the equity piece of the really going through a process has been compromised. But with that in place, I still have faith and trust because of the members who believe in social justice, who've made commitments, who believe in it and are fighting that good fight in instruction and for our students, that having the process and having the proposal go, justice will be brought forward to demonstrate who we are as a Ventura County Community College District, that what we have in place is one that looks at equity in all of those perspectives. So however it comes back to us, and I don't know, but I have faith and trust that as this proposal is being looked at, it may look the same, it may be looked with ideas, but I'm looking forward to it. And so thank you. I'm looking forward really to see how it goes through, and how will the funding look like if we hear in November or December. But I trust in our committees that they have all of that knowledge and would know perhaps what it means and what ask the questions. But again, I have my faith and my trust in the process because we have good and we believe in that justice. So thank you, Mr. Chancellor.
Thank you for those comments. Trustee Perez, anything to add at this point?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to reflect back on a portion of the Moore Park College Academic Senate report. Regardless of how one may characterize the process to date, I agree with Trustee Torres that I think moving forward, I feel confident that in the process that the Chancellor has initially laid out, and as it evolves, all the questions will be identified and answered regarding proposed implementation of any proposal. Because as I said at the previous meeting, the last thing I want is for any proposal from any of the colleges to not be fully vetted. And I'm sure all our governance committees want the same thing too. So that when it comes up the ranks and up to the board, there's no question that the proposal is ready to be decided upon. And so, one takeaway for me in this process is that I think we have yet to identify all of those questions, regarding not just a proposal. And again, we got to stop falling into the trap of referring to a specific proposal. But as I said earlier, I think just maybe bringing the question forward is a timely question, because it speaks to, in my view, beyond just X number of sections at any particular college. It's how are we best serving all of our existing and potential students in our entire service area. And so with that, I'll just end with please show kindness and grace to our students and each other, and do the same for yourself and practice self-care, because this is one of those items that's really going to take some heavy lifting to get it done right and timely. And I'm less bothered by how much time it may ultimately take. And I don't mean to give an out for, sliding on the calendar, but I'd rather it be done right than quickly.
So I guess my first question is there any difference in if it comes to the board in November versus December?
No, as I indicated, I think I did. If we had a decision to go forward in December, I believe that would give me enough time to set it in motion for fall of 2022. My concern is that if anything holds it, if we slate it for December, anything holds it up, it gets pushed to January or later, that we won't have an opportunity to set it in motion for 2022. So my preference would be that it be slated for November. If it can't be done in November, we still have another month. But if we slate it for December, how many times have we seen something slide from 1 month to several months?
So real quick with that, I understand President Sanchez's request to want it to come sooner rather than later. But again, the meeting schedules are set for DCAS and DCEM, those two committees. And again, they need the time to be able to listen to the different perspectives and to develop their own recommendations around it. So again, I think it's important for them to be able to indicate whether November is even a possibility. And if they need till December, if they need to January, just say that.
I guess on a historical sense, I have a question. What have we done in the past when there was a situation like this, like a college or district-wide, or a college needed reserve funds or line item funds sort of outside of the allocation model or within that was out, it sounds like we didn't have these committees because at least the enrollment one's brand new, but the funding request didn't go through that.
Yeah, so just a couple of things there. And one thing that I'll say right now is that, the only reason this is going through a process is because it's a specific college that is wanting to request district funds to be given to them to do this proposal. If Oxnard College decided, hey, maybe we don't have the money for the 100 more sections, we can do 40 sections for this next spring and test that out, and they're using their own operating dollars or HERF funds, this wouldn't even be a topic right now. But it's a request to use the district dollars. Now, if we go back to look at what's happened with this current board on some uses of reserves, there was a reserve request for some marketing dollars at one time. So when that came through, that was talked about at cabinet. We all agreed, yeah, we need to do this. There's a need to fund marketing. It's going to help with our enrollments. From there, that would have been discussed at the consultation council that comes to the board. We're on the same page, and it's a recommendation because we've vetted it through. With that $2 million that was requested, we were in the middle of a pandemic. We didn't know what HERF money was going to become. We were all on board to just give us that. What's different here is that we had no discussion at cabinet about this proposal before a motion came forward on it. And there wasn't a written proposal available till shortly before the last board meeting. So that's what we're doing at this point, is getting the input to say, where can we come up with a recommendation that I support as a chancellor bringing forward to the board for the agenda. And I need the groups to weigh in to provide a recommendation on that there. Cynthia, and then.
Oh, Dr. Hopkins.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to let you know that all of the colleges have added classes as a result of their pandemic funds, as well as the last time we looked at the reserve funds that were handed out to the college, very little had been spent by each college, and that was over 300,000. So between our HERF funds that both Moore Park and Ventura are using to increase our classes and the money that you already designated from reserves, I don't know Oxnard College's budget, but it's something they could look at to move forward with these classes that have been proposed.
Again, because we're looking at equity, Ventura College from HERF money did receive about 9 million more than Oxnard, and Moore Park I received might have been 10 million more than Oxnard College. So when we're looking in terms of offerings, we also need to look at how much money each college received in order to know how much they can do. And so I think that's why I go back to trusting. And it's so hard right now for these committees because they're hearing so much information that typically they would not be listening to. And so I pray that as they're making their decisions, they're able to be truly objective and truly look at this plan and give it that shot. And I trust in our committees, and they have a hard work ahead of them because of what typically wouldn't be going through the process. It's not an equitable process. So, and we just need, and I'm just going to step it out from this conversation because it's going through a committee that's present here tonight. Some of the members and some of them are on Zoom listening to comments. And, but we do need to look also in terms of how much money each college received. And so of course, if you have more funding, you'll be able to do more things. And I think as this looks forward, we need to realize there's a reason perhaps a college requested it. We have to respect it, not judge it. It'll go through a process. The process itself will determine is this a justifiable reason? It makes sense. Most likely DCAS, who knows the budget, will be able to look at all those other areas, look at it from that equity lens, from that social justice lens, objectively, and just really say what is it that we need for our students from our district. And I have that hope that that's how it's going to take place. And that's my final comment because I know we do have other things that we need to move on.
Yes. Vice Chair McKay.
I think that the elegance of our allocation model was early and we were early adopters of just doing more than taking apportionment funds and doing it by FTES. I think that we were early adopters in 2012, tweaking that allocation model, really looking at equity because the college president costs the same, whether no matter the size of the college or the health center and some of those things. And so I think we really were true leaders in having an allocation model that did, have equity because larger colleges have larger expenses for certain things, but that's just, so yes, they're going to get more HERF funds. And we fought for that as a system. We fought for headcount to be how the HERF funds were distributed. With that said, I too, I guess maybe it doesn't matter, but I'm still unclear. We keep talking about how this came about, without a process. How did it come about? I've heard that it was just brought to us. I've heard that a trustee brought it. Every single person who refers to it in some different way. And I guess maybe it doesn't matter, but it kind of matters to me how this happened.
I can answer that question directly if you'd like an answer tonight, Trustee McKay. I had a meeting with Trustee Torres and Trustee Perez, and Trustee Perez initiated the meeting. And it's because Trustee Perez had heard the community expressions of need that we were never quite able to reach. Not because we don't want to, not because we don't pay attention to wait lists and all the traditional demand indicators, but because it tests whether or not there's a demand for classes outside of those demand indicators. And so at the conclusion of the meeting, I don't remember who asked the question or exactly in what it was expressed, but the question on the table was, how can we address this community need? And so I said to Trustee Torres, Trustee Perez, well, so I can't reach those needs. I can't reach those needs, but each class that we offer costs us about $5,000. And I just used a number out of the air. If we were to offer 100 sections of classes in a format or a location or a delivery mode that is outside of the demand pattern on our campus, that would cost us about $500,000. So if the board wanted to authorize the use of the special initiatives section, it would take about $500,000 for us to offer 100 sections, but it wouldn't do anybody any good for us to offer 100 sections one semester and close shop. And it usually takes about 3 times for a class to be offered before it builds its own momentum. So I said, to offer those 100 sections over 3 years would take about $1.5 million. I actually underestimated the contribution of the college would be, I think it's like $300,000 on top of the $1.5 million to do this. And then I asked our staff, there was a question about, okay, are we, because Trustee Torres then made the motion to allocate $1.5 million. And I asked our staff to prepare a report on exactly how we would deploy that money, which sections we would offer in what way. And I was even asked the question, should we submit it to the board to be placed on the agenda? I said, no, we want this in our pocket so that if we're asked the question at a board meeting, how would you deploy that money? We would have a ready answer to that question. What happened was when I sent the report to Dr. Gillespie, and I'm not accusing him of anything, he forwarded it, I understand he was under direction. He forwarded it promptly to consultation council. And so this report that I had shared with Dr. Gillespie to be totally transparent with him. And again, I had told him about the meeting I was having. I told him after the meeting that we had what we discussed. So to be totally transparent, I forwarded it to him. He forwarded it under direction to the consultation council and it became a live proposal. It would have ended up there anyway, but that's the way that it evolved.
So do you feel like that you have time? I mean, it sounds like you had to come up with something kind of on the fly. So do you feel like you've had time and is that still, you said you lamented earlier that you didn't think broadly enough or ask for enough. Would you do it differently?
I would ask for more because 100 sections doesn't begin to address the needs expressed by the Oxnard community. And when I go through shared governance and when I talk to the board, I'll go deliberately through the alternative use of funds suggestion that President Hoffman's just resurrected and show why it's not appropriate in my estimation, not legal, not ethical, not the intent of those funds. But more importantly than that, so we get, when I first came to Oxnard College and I heard the expressions of need from the community that Oxnard College couldn't offer the sections that they wanted, I thought it was mostly mythology. And it turns out that I was wrong, that there's a factual basis for why Oxnard College residents, and you would find this empirically if you surveyed Oxnard College residents, they feel like they've never had a fair shake since the college was started. I'm going to pause for a second. For anybody that lives in the Oxnard community, they would raise their hand and say amen if I gave them the chance to do that.
Well, I mean,
whether
I think,
that's true or not.
Well, I think it's fair because as we know, Oxnard College was not funded by the state chancellor's office.
Yes.
So it was funded under duress to begin with.
Yes.
So that's a historical fact.
Yes. And since that time, that's the way the Oxnard College community feels. So if the conclusion of all of our study was Oxnard College, just use your Dan HERF funds to fund these 100 sections, which is it's a pittance in terms of the total offerings that we have, Oxnard College would continue to feel the community like we never gave it an equitable chance. And frankly, $500,000 over 3 years, and it's probably going to be less than that because I think we're going to create demand sooner than at the end of the 3-year period of time. It's a pittance in terms of the actual need of the community. It won't answer forever questions about equity, but it will give a partial answer. It'll say, here's a step we took to advance the equitable needs of the community. Will it be gone forever? No, it's still going to be with us because we have 3 colleges that historically have different sizes based upon the territory that they serve, based upon when they were started. The collision between Oxnard College and Ventura College on El Rio or other territories, I think Dr. Hoffman has said that they get 40% of their students from Oxnard High School and some of the high schools in the Oxnard area. I think that's the statistic I've heard you say. That was, we hate hearing that, makes us feel bad, but that was set in motion long before I got to Oxnard College.
Well, 97 years ago, I would think.
Yeah, that's right.
So, I mean, 97 years of serving the area, and then
Yes,
Oxnard College
that's
was
right.
built. I mean, that's going to be a tough thing to overcome.
Absolutely.
But I also, in these discussions, I don't want to forget about the equity of that when Oxnard College was started. It was started with funds from Ventura College and Moore Park College because the state chancellor's office did not provide funding for it.
Sure.
And so I would say that our district has looked at equity, maybe not enough, maybe it was never enough, but you can't, that's how it has been funded. And until the 2002 bond was passed and there was able to really establish a foothold for the college to, I know, I guess for a student look like a college and be a college. I mean, but even then, it was weaning Oxnard College from the support of the other two colleges and to become self-supporting.
Point of order.
Maybe that happened too soon. What was that?
Chair, are we going off a little
Probably,
off topic? I
but
just wanted to keep
just
us on track.
trying
This
to-
is
just
for the
the-
process.
I like
trying
that
to
new
figure out the
student
historic-
trustee.
yeah. The history of
Yeah.
this, I think, is important and has been lost.
Yeah.
And
I
so
agree with you. I 100% agree with you. And I would love for that to be communicated through the committees and also through the actual proposal. I just don't think that right now is the appropriate time. I apologize. And I with all due respect, but I did just want to keep us on.
Okay.
Okay. I have not asked my questions yet.
Sorry. Also, if I can, I just wanted to also see the perspective of each college president. Do you support the current?
Hold on.
Okay.
You've had your opportunity.
Okay.
I haven't had mine yet. So I'm going to speak
All right.
and then we can kind of wrap up some questions as well. I guess one question that I have is, gather my thoughts here, is, in our allocation model, the money comes from state, federal government, all the sources, and it goes to the colleges. And once it's there, there isn't a robust committee process for how the colleges spend their funds, correct? Like it's
The process would be within the college, not. on the
right
district
within the
level.
college.
Yes.
And I guess that my question of the procedures is a lot of these reserve funds that it sounds like you may or may not be advocating to use were generated from Oxnard College and the other colleges, for example. So on one hand, the lion's share of the funds that you receive do not go through these district-wide committees, one which is brand new, where other people from other colleges and other constituent groups will have a say on the validity of an Oxnard College proposal. That's hard for me to understand through the equity piece. And I don't need a response, but I guess I'm trying to process that we have these reserve funds that have been generated from the colleges, many of them from Oxnard College to carry over funds and different sources that are sitting there. And now we're saying, well, normally we allocate your 30 million, whatever it is, a year of general fund dollars for Oxnard College. And at the college site, you guys are going to be the experts to figure out the best source to fulfill student need. And yet now we're going to do something different. And I'm saying we shouldn't, but that's one of the questions that I'm hoping in your reports or in the item when it comes back can be addressed. And one area that I really have a heightened question on, and it's not for tonight, is the accreditation piece.
Yes.
I'm deeply concerned, but I feel very comfortable that we can achieve the success, not the success of this plan, but the success of bringing this plan to this body and still fulfill our, following the law or the rules of accreditation. So I guess my ask is that we're very aware of that, but also very clear on the ask that you have and the plan and the procedures to do it, that you directly answer how this will not be, how we can get it through potentially, I don't want to say the finish line of approving it, but to a vote without violating any accreditation standards.
I'm happy to do that. I've been an accreditation liaison officer. I've served on accreditation teams. My background is law. I'm crystal clear on
Thank you.
what that
And
is.
that's the clarity I just wanted to voice out. So I appreciate it. I have a number of other questions, but we're going to save it. Are there any other comments before we move on? I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to ask that. Are there any other comments or questions before we move on? We're good? Okay, so we look forward to hearing an update. And if Chancellor Gillespie, if you can just make sure to update Vice Chair McKay and myself, because part of that update will take into account with agenda setting coming up quick. Okay. 15.05, action to approve resolution in support of Depression and Mental Health Screening Month.
Move approval.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
And thank all those who spoke earlier on the topic as well.
Yes.
Yeah, very much.
Any opposed? Okay, so that carries 4 trustees and a student trustee. Thank you very much. Next will be 16.01, action to approve acceptance of the annual financial and budget report, fiscal year 2020-21.
I move approval.
Second.
Okay. Student trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. So we're going to go all the way. Thank you for the hard work on that report. Oh boy. Okay. 16.02, action to approve ratification of supplemental higher education emergency relief fund, IRF, minority serving institutions for fiscal year 2021-22.
I move approval.
Okay.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Okay, trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Hearing none, carries 5-0. And 17.01, accreditation update, Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, I'll just share a comment before I turn it over to Dr. Herrera and the DCAP committee for an update. So one thing that's occurred is we did have the standard 4C governance writing team meet with Chair Chancellor and Vice Chair McKay and me to review that document there and where we're at with the current status regarding compliance towards the different standards there. And during that meeting, had a conversation about setting up some professional development work for the board to assist with some of the items under the governance area. And I've contacted Dr. Bryce Harris, who the board has worked with before, and he's available and willing to work with the board to help to look at some of these governance items and then to have a training session or retreat with the board, a 6-hour session. He will then follow up to view some of the board meetings afterwards. And then after looking at 3 or so meetings, have a follow-up meeting in the spring around some of the items that were brought forward during that discussion with the writing team. So planning to move forward. I know Laura has been working to schedule with Bryce Harris and with the board once we have his schedule, and business services is working up the contract there. And then I'll turn it over to Dr. Herrera for any other update on accreditation.
Have in front of you a timeline that goes through fall of 23, so that it pretty much lays out and maps what we'll be doing between now and then. We have been busily working on the shared standards between the various subcommittees. And I will turn it over to either Kim or Eric, who are co-chairs of the DCAP committee. Do you have any additional? Kim, do you have any additional?
Did you, Eric, as you were pointing at me?
That answers it right there.
Since I pointed fingers, I guess it's on me. There's been, some of the work has come through the board already, the accreditation BP and stuff. There's other like functional map work that has been completed in this group. that is going to go through the district governance process before it comes to for additional input before it comes to the board. The goal is to complete all the draft standards in a timely manner so that the colleges have what they need, from the district and to continue their accreditation work. And I do have some concerns that certain areas aren't making as much progress as others to kind of meet our timelines that we have set out. Because it's a tremendous amount, it's a heavy lift, and there's a lot of other stuff going on as well. But I hope that this is a priority for all the constituent groups, all the leads, to make this happen in a timely manner. So it's a critical process.
Thank you for those direct words. Okay, any questions from the trustees? Trustee Torres.
I'd like a little more background of who made the decision, how did that discussion happen to decide that Bryce Harris was going to be our consultant? Because we had Ted Bagley come and present to do DEI work, and there was a discussion, it was a vote. It was put through a process. We gave updates from the DEI ad hoc committee to let you know who our professional consultant would be. And I'm coming here to a meeting today where I don't have an option. There's no discussion. I'm just basically being told, this is your professional development. This is a gentleman that's going to come and do this. It's going to cost us $19,000 and this is it. But yet we had a consulting who came and the treatment was very different. And I'm concerned about the optics that we're giving, because if we see who our consultant is going to be providing this professional development training now and who our consultant was that presented 2 months ago, and the process he had to go through in order to be a consultant to do DEI work. And we have now this consultant coming to us and it's just a done deal. So I'm curious because I want to make sure our district isn't giving a perspective that isn't so. So how did this come about?
I'll take that answer. I actually referred to sort of yours and my, I don't know, insult, if that's the right word, but that's what I'll use. And it's even noted in our policy meeting minutes that we didn't feel that that was, that we had recommended the group, the DEI group, to come here, and that we didn't like the idea that was brought up because they normally aren't. Our professional development normally aren't brought for a vote. And that because we had taken some exception to that, I didn't want to do it again. This is Dr. Harris's, the state chancellor emeritus. He's the one who helped us do the CBD plan, which we have all praised his work and praised him for getting to know our district and work with us. And so given the expedited need, because this had seemed somewhat off-putting to both you and I, that we wouldn't do that again. So you can blame it right here.
And so what it was is because it became now past practice, because we did it once. So now moving forward, it should be having a discussion. It should have been done the first time, but it was done already. And once it was done one time, it was now, okay, so moving forward, this is going to be, we have a discussion. This is what we think. I like Bryce when he came and presented with about a year and a half ago. And I think it was good. I think being able to listen to what he would be presenting, saying this is what we're going to do. I think it makes it a really nice opportunity for all of us and to be able to say I'm in agreement based because we did it before. And because we just had the discussion and then now we have this proposal coming to us really quickly. And I mean, we're scheduling, I'm interested in knowing, I know we're scheduling interviews already for Bryce to come and do that with us. Do we have any interviews scheduled for Ted to come and meet with the board? And so I say that, so as a district, so we start looking at it and making sure that we're being in compliance with what we want to do, because every area is important. And what Bryce is going to come and do will supplement very well what Ted is doing. And I just think it's really important that as we move forward, just to bring it for a discussion, also for Bryce. Bryce comes here, it could be through Zoom. We ask the questions and it's great. The board knew we had questions, you're on board, because we did it already. And it shouldn't have been done the first time, but it was done. And so now moving forward, okay, so professional consultants are going to come forward. We're going to discuss it. We're going to decide as a board, this is who we want. And it's a good practice. And so, and to me, it was too soon. So I just wanted to know if we went through this process with Ted And yet now I'm seeing Bryce, it's just a done deal. We're just going to do this. And we already have we have potential meeting schedule already, dates for a retreat. And I'm thinking, what happened with the DEI work? Because that hasn't moved forward. And I know we sent it over, for scheduling to take place. And so I'm interested in that update as well. But it seems like we're going to get an update till next week. But for Bryce Harris, we already have an update tonight. So when we start looking in terms of the fairness and the importance and the priorities, I'm not seeing DEI being taken with the same seriousness as I'm seeing this particular proposal, because dates are already presented to us already this evening. So I wanted to point that out to make sure that as we move forward, I think we set up a practice, so we need to continue it already, having our consultants. And I'm in support of Bryce. I like Bryce. I think going back to process, same thing with the proposal, we're looking at our processes and establishing that. So
yeah, I guess I didn't want that to be the process. I thought that as the DEI ad hoc, when we made a recommendation, we'd gotten the proposal from Corwin, we got the proposal from Ted. You and I spent, 2 or 3 meetings with them. I thought that our recommendation was a good one, and other trustees wanted to bring it on. And I thought that you and I were in alignment that was not a practice that we loved. And so I thought that moving forward, we should do our professional development. If we're going to look at all of it, then we look at all of it. We look at the board budget. How much does it cost to go to ACCT? How much, all of it, but which I think is a mistake. And so I just wanted to not go down that road again.
I just don't know if
my apologies.
No, and it's more of like vetted. So for example, the DEI consultant was vetted. We went through different people. We discussed it. We knew what we were looking for. We were entrusted with, the ad hoc committee was appointed by the chair. The whole board was in agreement. This one came out of, I don't know out of where. There wasn't an ad hoc committee to look specifically at governance for the board. That chair chancellor didn't say, okay, 2 board members, you're going to look at professional development to look over this particular area. Okay, great. This is an area we're going to be doing, representing Bryce Harris. It didn't go through that process. And so what I'm saying, as we're looking at a process, for example, a college proposal, that we follow the same in terms within us, that it's equitable, that there's input as a board. Are we going to have a committee that's going to look at that professional development? Because to me, it's important. I'm glad I like Bryce. But if I didn't know Bryce because he had presented before, I wouldn't be able to support it because I would have no idea who this person is. I wouldn't have had any
And to be
update.
fair, I did know how you feel about Bryce. You and I had talked about, using him for things. And so perhaps I overstepped.
Where's my student trustee when I need him?
He
The
likes the
agenda item is
conversation.
just a,
It's
re-
good.
the agenda
He
item is
likes
just a
it.
report.
Okay, so, yeah, thank you for that. In that report, just for full transparency, during agenda setting, I threw everything that I had as chair to have this be an action item, and here's why. And I didn't even think of the DEI component comparison to it. I did think of the past practice of last month when we had a consultant come in, but this is something that is directly came from a meeting we had in regards to accreditation that said, trustees, there's some areas of growth, perhaps, I'll say, in the realm of accreditation. They're in there for everybody. So there's some areas of growth for accreditation to look at. And we heard loud and clear from the various constituent groups internally in the Ventura County Community College District of some of that. And my takeaway was, that's very powerful and we need to hear that and we should hear that. But I think to guide us through a place of improvement or of growth, the suggestion was to use an outside consultant. And we're very fortunate that Vice Chair McKay does have a connection at her state level work that she does so well to literally be able to tap the former chancellor and be like, hey, can you make some time for us to come down? So I agree that we're very fortunate to have Dr. Harris come down. The issue I had was to spend resources at this level, but also the time that we're going to have to put as trustees to not check in and make sure we're all on board with that. So I know we need to do the work, but I don't think it would have been much to put it on as an action item, approve it, get behind it with a vote and move forward. So but I thank you for bringing up the DEI lens. And that's a serious question to say is why does one have higher priority than the other? And I think that's a cry that DEI advocates consistently have is why does this work sometimes get pushed back and other work gets to the front? But I appreciate the report. I appreciate the update. And I think we're ready to go to 18.01. And there's nothing there. Okay, trustee reports. Special time.
Could I just ask, Chair, it's getting late. Could we do the board evaluation 1903? The first time we've ever done it. It's, we're going to do it together. And then maybe I would have asked sooner if I would have seen that the trustee reports and future board items came first. But future board items is one of the last questions on the evaluation. So if we could do that, if you wouldn't mind.
Absolutely. So you're suggesting to go directly to 19.03 meeting evaluation?
Correct.
Okay.
And this was the process. The only person I got any input from was trustee Mantooth. So everybody else, you get to live with the evaluation as I took the draft watermark off it. And so this is something that we all participate in. And just kind of give you a quick 1 to 1, poor is 1, excellent is 5. For this meeting.
Just an FYI, those of us using paper do not have it in front of us. It wasn't included in the paper copy.
Well, that's a bummer.
That is a major bummer.
Well, I will read it then. How about the?
Okay, yeah, we'll
It's because it's supposed to be a joint thing. There was a quality, honest, focused, respectful, and patient debate during all parts of the meeting. Give me a number, 1 to 5. Yes.
Can I put my teacher hat on and just for efficiency, can we like use our fingers here to do numbers? Okay, all right. We'll do some fingers here.
4?
Yeah, I'm gonna go 4.5.
Me too, 4.5.
Okay.
4.3, no, just.
Okay, 4.5. Parliamentary procedure was followed when we had a new parliamentarian, thank goodness. For example, each trustee spoke only once until all trustees had an opportunity to contribute to the deliberation. 1 to 5.
4.7.
Yeah, the chair did a good job on that.
Hey, thanks.
Awesome. Okay. Trustees focused on the business of the board as presented on the agenda, staying within policy-making purview, which allowed for an efficiently run meeting. I know I ran afoul once or twice, so, but focusing on the business of the board and really staying in the policy-making purview, which allowed for an efficient meeting. Okay, so we're gonna have to go with a 4 there because we got discrepancy. The chancellor and staff were treated with respect as the subject matter experts.
One notable instance of 3.
5, 5, 5, 3. Okay,
No.
okay. I'll figure out the math on that. Okay. The board did not backtrack past decisions or stray into unnecessary commentary to the audience. Yep, I think we did pretty well. Other than I talked too much to President Sanchez. Okay. The meeting was efficient and each trustee held the others accountable to our ground rules. Again, thank you to our new student
Kudos to the
trustee.
student trustee.
And this, in case you haven't noticed, this evaluation is our ground rules. 4, 5. Okay,
Oh, I'll give that one a 5.
okay.
Thank you, Brian.
All right. And then because the following information items were asked for from the chancellor by consensus of the board. So that's why before for future board items, that's the last question on this is so there's clarity and consensus from the board on what we're looking for of anything that we might want on the agenda, which was I know we want to talk about the.
Well, some of mine are going to come in trustee reports.
Okay.
Yeah. So
All right,
can we,
so
can we hold off on
can
that?
hold off on that. And just so in fairness, this has, other people can do this, evaluation. You know, there was some concern in the accreditation that, we weren't the board self-evaluation, and it really is a self-evaluation. We invited consultation council, I think starting in 2013 or 14, I'm guessing, but with the invitation is still there. But we're asking to put your name on it and, you know, give it to us and do it on a, you know, on a monthly basis so that we can measure improvement and how we're doing as a board. And we appreciate constructive and instructive comments and consideration. So with that, I thank you. And we will need to do this each and every time in order to be in compliance or change the process.
Well, thank you for that. I enjoyed the process. Okay. Trustee reports.
Me first?
Please.
All right. So I just want to start off by saying that I have nothing but love, admiration, and respect for all of you. Also, Trustee Mantooth, who isn't here, but I had, you know, the opportunity to attend multiple conferences and really educate myself on the process of being a student trustee. You know, before I sat on the board, I also have attended the Associated Student Government meetings for all three of our colleges, and I want to give a special shout out to Alejandra, the new president of the Associated Students of Oxnard College, and Amparo, the student activity specialist at Oxnard College as well. I look forward to working with both of them. I've attended all three academic senates and said hello to all of them. I've met with Trustee McKay, Chair Chancellor during my orientation with him and Patty Blair. I've also met with Trustee Mantooth. I'm really trying my best to just ensure that I, you know, take this duty on to the fullest extent as a trustee. I still need to meet with the classified senates, and I will do that soon. I also want to reach out to some of our vice chancellors. I know I haven't had the opportunity to do that yet, but I look forward to doing that. I'm also in the, I also attended the Policy Planning and Student Success Committee. So I said hello to everyone there, and also Consultation Council. I also want to say that I'm in the middle of reviewing the college's educational plans and kind of those things. And once I'm done, I'll reach out to your staff and then try to schedule a meeting with each of the presidents. So I think that's really important. I also want to say that I attended a webinar yesterday focused on, you know, diversity, equity, and higher education. And I will be sending out a written report to all of you soon. I thought it was really informative. And yeah, I also attended the Moore Park College Club Rush in my official capacity as student trustee and was able to educate students on, you know, the board of trustees. I also plan on doing that for the Ventura College and Oxnard College equivalent events. Ventura College having their student life day event on Thursday and also student life night on Saturday. I will be at both of those events in my official capacity as student trustee. So yeah, I will pass it back to you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Well, thank you for being here and thank you for your report. Trustee Torres.
Top of your report, Brian. You did so much. I feel so blessed and so privileged. Tomorrow, I received the invitation from Mecha, so I'll be tomorrow with Ventura College. Well, they have their, I think it's like, is it their weekly seminars during Latinx Heritage Month, and they're inviting just different people to come and speak. So it was such an honor to hear from Mecha students, particularly because I'm a mestiza. Once you're a mestiza, you never stop being a mestiza. So to be able to actually be with Brian as well and having the students reach out to me was such an honor. And so I'm super excited and super happy to be able to join him tomorrow. So such an honor. So that's my to look forward to do tomorrow. Thank you.
Sounds like a good tomorrow. Vice Chair McKay.
We were been working hard, you know, on the state level, talking with other CEOs yesterday about, I was just sharing, I actually have the list here, just what the turnover has been for CEOs and what are we going to do about that as a system because it just continues to churn. And I think it points to exactly what we've said about mental health and COVID and what it's done to everyone because between there was 22 resignations or retirements of CEOs in the last year. There's already 6, including Dr. Gillespie. For this year, there are about 9 interims in place. And I say that because we're going to be pushing through a very aggressive agenda for this search. And we're going to beg patients. Dr. Chair Chancellor and I are trying very hard to be as inclusive as possible to get input from the community, from students, from whoever we can. But we also, we have got deadlines that we need to hit in order to hopefully be interviewing finalists in early April, just so, that's kind of the timeline that's out there. So if you have ideas about it, please don't wait for the next meeting. That is something that we'd like to get input on a regular basis so that we can really try, because it's really easy to miss. And then we're going to need to have an interim and do this again. And that's just, I would really, really rather not do that. I mean, I think we all would. It would just be nice to get another really good permanent chancellor that can keep the district moving forward as we hopefully come out of COVID and don't wear masks and, have a life again. And so just, I guess that's kind of my report that we are working on it as best we can, getting input. And if you feel like you have input, by all means, please let us know.
Well, thank you for that. Trustee Press.
I just want to begin by asking our student trustee, how do you find the time to attend class with all? Okay. And then just a process question. In the past, when we had committee reports, we all got copies of the minutes. I would like to ask for the copy of the policy planning committee, and then moving forward, make sure that's a regular process again. Thank you.
I think we're a little out of practice.
Yeah, so that'll go on board consensus for meeting action. I have on that note, I'd like to see the return of weekly updates. I'm sorry, not weekly updates, weekly events. So we're hearing about all these wonderful things in athletics, arts, academics, clubs. Some of they're really important, and I know trustees like to be informed and included on that. I'd like to see if there's a board consensus on bringing an item to our next meeting on an audit on our DSPS students and making sure that we're providing services and just to to provide an audit on as we have more and more students now attending various sites. So a student might attend, a couple classes here and a couple classes at this college, to making sure that and it can be an internal audit, but just a report on that. I heard there's quite a few laws signed by the governor that pertain and connect to community colleges. One, in fact, with common course numberings. I heard that there's a new law with that. So I'm very eager to how that's going to impact our system and our 3 colleges. And I gotta hit my shout out. So I get to, it's really interesting. Before, I used to have to really, as trustees, we have to go out and see the colleges do the amazing work. And now that I'm back in the classroom teaching, I get the distinct pleasure of seeing the colleges come to one of our high schools. So Frontier High School, we had our back to school night last Thursday, I believe. And there were 2 tables, Moore Park College and Oxnard College representing and truly signing students up and encouraging them. And then this week we had Oxnard College back, again, signing students up, encouraging them to attend and giving them the information about the colleges. And today in one of my classes, Ventura College Outreach was there, connecting with kids, getting them excited about it. So it was just a great reminder to know, even though we are 3 separate accredited colleges, kids truly do, not kids, students truly do vote with their feet on where they're going to go, or the car, or their bus, or the bicycle, whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, outreach is a big component of that, and so is opportunity, and so is location, and it can go on and on. So just a huge thank you to the outreach specialists and counselors and just encouragers for high school kids to attend the community colleges. Okay. Chancellor report, do you have anything to add? Chancellor Gillespie?
New laws, the baccalaureates too. The baccalaureate degrees.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had to save something for, Okay. Future board items. So if there's anything, as always, yes.
Yeah, I talked to Chancellor Gillespie about this already, but I just wanted to, hopefully the board could get a report on the basic needs offices. AB 132, I believe, is requiring a basic needs office at each campus. We're already ahead of the curve. We have one already, but just a comprehensive report on, the marketing, the application, and just the entire process and how COVID has impacted that in the need for basic needs at each campus, I think is really important.
Okay, thank you for that.
Also, I just wanted to say as well, I hope that we could add and consider adding student workers to the new workers during the reports when we acknowledge new workers. I think it'd be really nice to acknowledge student workers as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And so if there are any other additional board items beyond our traditional calendar, which isn't in this agenda, but I'll make sure, or I shouldn't say that. Chancellor Gillespie, if it's okay, if you could send out the ongoing list of our items for the next, 3-4 months, that would be really helpful. And then trustees can get back to you if there's anything. Actually, trustees can get back to Vice Chair McKay and myself and you, and through agenda setting, and we can work on if we need to make any additions. Did I see a hand or finger? Okay, Trustee Perez.
Yes, Chair Chancellor, I didn't hear the board respond to your request for an audit of DSPS for next month's meeting. And tonight, I think we see that there's a lot of work facing the Chancellor and his team. So I defer to the Chancellor to determine when a report would be able to come forward.
Fair enough. That's a good point. Yeah. So Chancellor Gillespie.
Check with staff to see, and I kind of like to know just what the DSPS audit entails. I mean, is the board interested in numbers of students being served, where they're being served, what the categories of services are? I mean, it's
I would suggest you
I don't know.
Talk to the Chancellor, give him what you're thinking, and I'm not prepared to identify anything tonight.
And I kind of too, it'd be helpful to know, if it's related to something around policy, what data do we provide that helps the board look at policy associated with DSPS and
okay.
those programs.
Yeah, we can discuss that in agenda setting and kind of work through it and come up with a resolution or some clarity. Thank you for that. Thank you, Trustee Perez. Like common course numbers. Yes. Okay. We did the meeting evaluation, which is really nice to flip through that. We are not going back to closed session, which is great, which is going to take us to item 21.01. And we are going to adjourn in the memory of Mr. Scott Lay, who served as president and CEO of the Community College League of California from 2006 to 2014. Mr. Lay was an advocate for community colleges and fought tirelessly to make higher education affordable and accessible for all who wanted it. Bill Segro, and the second individual, Mr. Bill Segro, adjunct business instructor at Moore Park College for more than 20 years. Says Miss, but I think it's Mr. Segro, taught our sales marketing and was instrumental in the new global business program teaching global supply chain and logistics. Bill was also a longtime resident of Simi Valley. So I appreciate that. And on that note, at 11:47, and I just want to highlight that it is still Tuesday. The meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, I'm taking the train.